Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. When you have to speak to Maharaj, you can speak to this. Speak.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Do we have a garland? Any garland?
Yes,
You forgot.
there are 5 garlands.
5 garlands.
There are 5.
2 for you, 2 for Prabhuji,
There are 5.
1 for Maharaj.
There are 5.
Get Maharaj garland, 1 garland. We'll show to Maharaj as if you are saying. No, Prabhuji, you said 5. Who told 5?
I brought 5 just now.
On the way, I forgot it. Wait, important. Can somebody call Praveen for you? అక్కడ అడగండి గార్లెండ్ ఉన్నాడు అడగండి టెంపుల్ ఒకసారి అడగండి
People are gathering.
Okay, brother. You're probably before reaching out, 10 minutes before you're going to come. Don't call me. Don't call me. Call Mahisha.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees.
Good thing.
The Gurudev will be here shortly. He's just finishing up something. So can I ask all those who are receiving initiation to raise the hand on Zoom so that you come to the front of the queue and so Guru Maharaj easily see. Raise the virtual hand on Zoom means, on the Zoom account, raise your hand.
So, what is this logged in as? Ravi Talveda?
Yeah, like Elisha and Harsha Rani, they've done the right thing. So if you who are getting initiated, if you can also do that.
How do you raise hand in this?
Then it's very easy to see you.
Raise.
That one is applause.
Come close to it. ఇక్కడ ఈ కెమెరా దగ్గర ఉంది. So where is your
That's the wrong raise hand. That's the temporary one. It will disappear.
लोएस्ट रूम आप इनको कवर करो यहाँ से पहले बाद में एंटर करना इधर आके उधर बैठिए कवर देम डायरेक्ट
You can keep the wrong one. Keep the wrong one. It will disappear.
So shall I raise hand on this foot?
Yeah, raise hand on that one and show them. Sit right opposite. तो यहाँ आगे बैठिए क्योंकि फिर लोग आएंगे ना. Have you raised hand? And you can talk also. Prabhu, can you see them? Can you see? Hare Krishna, can you see the devotees ready for initiation?
Okay, great. Alicia, Mataji, Ravi, Prabhu.
Hare Bol, Hare Krishna. I'll just ask them to speak. Please let me know if you can hear their Prabhu.
Prabhuji, can you hear us? Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, can you hear us? Hare Krishna. Prabhuji, are you able to hear us?
No, it will not shake.
Perfect.
Prabhuji, it seems they are not able to hear me. Did you unmute in one of them?
No, it is unmuted there.
Deeply unmute చేయండి దగ్గర Lilananda Prabhu.
Huh? Is it?
ఇక్కడ unmute చేయండి.
Yeah, now speak. No, speak. Wait.
No, it is muted now.
No, I am unmuting here. Okay, now speak. No, too many.
If you have too many Zoom accounts open in one
Yeah.
room, like you do,
No, is this muted in this?
then you'll get that echo, you'll get that feedback.
Is this muted in that?
Yeah, it's muted.
Is it unmuted there?
So if you stay muted,
Only one.
it won't
Keep
be a
that one.
problem. But
Huh?
if you unmute all at
Unmute.
once, then you'll get
So you
that
muted,
feedback.
right?
Yeah, it's muted.
Chalo. Yeah, Prabhu speak.
నేను unmute చేస్తాను.
No, from there you'll hear.
Yes, so if you open the one account, ISKCON Hyderabad,
Yes, Prabhuji, it is opened in one account. Can you hear us, Prabhuji, now?
then that's okay.
Prabhuji, can you hear us now?
We can hear clearly.
Hari Bol.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Okay.
Madan in Thailand, if you're also taking initiation, yeah. So can you also raise the hand on Zoom so that you come to the front of the video? All the initiates, if you have Achman cups as well, if you have Achman cups ready, and you have your neck beads ready.
Prabhuji, తెచ్చే ఉంచండి. రాజేంద్ర తెచ్చే ఉంచండి. సూపర్. అది బంద్ చేయండి. బంద్ చేస్తే ఆగిపోతుంది. बेटा इसको ओपन करके कीप इट ओपन लोग आते रहेंगे हरे कृष्णा एवरीबॉडी सेटल डाउन बच्चा लोग बैठो महाराज कैन कम एनी टाइम एनी सेकंड महाराज कैन कम यस so Maharaj is going to see this camera, right? Okay. Maharaj is going to see which camera.
All of them.
Yeah. So Maharaj will see throughout the hall also. That camera also.
They asked us to be ready with it. Now,
Excitement है. Oh Krishna. Prabhuji, sorry Prabhu. सब कनेक्ट हो गया दुनिया में सब चीज कनेक्ट हो गई
ये वाईफाई सिस्टम तक ही जाएगा
महाराज के
Hare Krishna.
हरे कृष्ण महाराज
Recording in progress.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Can you please accept that? Yeah, everywhere.
Hare Krishna.
Can you
Can you all
us?
hear me nicely?
Prabhu, can you press in that?
Hare Krishna.
उसमें भी press करके आओ ना.
Got it.
Hare Krishna. Yes, I am well audible. Just give me a thumbs up.
Yes, Maharaj, you're audible and.
Okay,
Can you
good.
pin Maharaj? Can you pin Maharaj there? Pin Maharaj there.
Then,
Quickly. Right click on that.
so we have,
Replace pin. Yeah. Maharaj, can you hear us, Maharaj?
various devotees.
Maharaj, can you hear us?
Today I have Trino from Durban. Is he there? Not yet, huh? No? Durban, South Africa, Trino? No. Okay. And then Elisa is here from Leicester, UK. Hare Krishna, welcome very much. Nice to see you. And Ravi and Savita, they have several accounts open. So they're there. Let me just check on Trino. Okay, someone is calling in and he's going to log in. So then what we will do is we will begin with the Archman, then we will change the neck beats, and then I will speak a little bit on the Sankalpa, the meaning of initiation, and then we'll exchange the vows. But we first do the Archman before you change the neck beats. No. Some are already doing Ashman. It's not the way it's going to be. We're just waiting for a moment for Bhakta Trino to join us.
Maharaj, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
He's here.
Maharaj,
Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, can you hear us?
Welcome, Trino also. So if we can all focus, Hare Krishna. And please repeat after me. Om Apavitra Pavitruva Sarvavasta Gatu Piva Yasmare Pundarikapsam Sabaya Byantara Suchi Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu. Then now you can quickly purify both hands with a scoop from the Ajman cup. And then you take the spoon from the Ajman in your left hand and you put 3 drops in the right hand. And while looking at the water, you zip and say Om Keshavaya Namaha. And then 3 drops in the hand and you throw them away. Then again, 3 drops in the right hand. And then looking at the water, we will sit and say Om Narayana Namaha. 3 drops in the hand and throw. And then again, 3 drops in the right hand. And looking at the water, we said Om Govindaya. And 3 drops and throw. Thank you very much. Okay. He's still doing it. Very okay, thank you.
It looks like your friend. I don't know.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnanam Salakya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dudati Swapanantikam Vandeham Siguro Siyuta Padakamalam Shigurun Vaisnavamscha Shirupam Sagrajatam Savanaragunakannavitam Tam Sajivam Sarvetam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Savana Lalita Shri Sakanvitam Scha Ye Krishna Karmasindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesa Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Takta Kanchanim Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Visavanu Sutade Pranamami Priye Manchakal Padirumita Kripa Sindhu Yevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you very much. So then now we can change the neck beats and someone can help. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna. Hare Rama. Very good. Okay, so all have new beats now. And then, who is Dwarkadish Krishna? From South Africa. Hare Krishna. Dwarkadish Krishna, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, yes.
Is Dwarkadish Krishna a disciple of one other spiritual master? Or someone already gave initiation earlier? I'm a little bit confused as to, okay, Dwarkadish Krishna was someone who already said Yajna before, or said in the ceremony before, correct? Can you unlock, or you cannot unlock? Can you ask to unmute?
Hare Krishna.
Yes, Hare Krishna.
Yes, Maharaj. I'm the person who's getting initiated.
Sorry?
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did he go?
No, don't touch it.
He disappeared.
Online.
Haribo, we don't see you anymore. Did you put the video off? Ah,
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
yeah.
My name is Divine. I'm from South Africa, New Jagannath Puri Temple. I'm taking initiation. I'm an aspiring disciple. Dwarkadish Krishna Das is my father.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that.
Yes, very good. Okay, welcome. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. His father also. Okay. So then you can mute again because otherwise there will be noises.
No, don't touch it. Okay, let's mute it.
Yeah, good. All right, Hare Krishna. So you are most welcome. It is my great pleasure that to accept you as my disciple. We are doing this ceremony online, just out of convenience. Srila Prabhupada in his time was initiating many devotees through letter. And at that time, of course, there was no internet. So in this way, internet is not so bad because we have a personal connection. Initiation means that we are making an official connection with our sampradaya. It means that Krishna will accept us as his and that he will personally take charge of our life. The spiritual master is the representative of Krishna, and as such he is authorized to be like the person to conduct not only the ceremony on behalf of Krishna, but also to be there as an instructor and as our personal guide. The disciple is always trying to serve the spiritual master. The spiritual master is both present in Vapu, in his personal form, and in his Vani, in his instructions. Of the two, the instructions are the most important because instructions will stay with us, right? As time progresses, the Vapu, the personal form, is temporary, but the instructions will remain throughout our life. And therefore, we try to learn the instructions of the spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada is the founder Acharya of this movement, and we are all serving him. We are all assisting him in the mission to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, and to be also an example of Krishna consciousness ourselves. It is both achar and prachar, or personal behavior and preaching. Those two elements are important. So we try to be good devotees. We try to rise early in the morning. We try at least 1.5 hours before sunrise in the Brahma Muhurt. We're trying to chant our japa early in the morning as much as possible. That is the ideal standard. It's the gold standard. Now, real life, some days the gold standard is possible, other days the gold standard is difficult. That depends on health and so many other factors. But we always try to chant in the morning and to rise early in the morning, because that is the recommended procedure on the path of bhakti. And Srila Rupa Goswami explains that real bhakti or real devotion for Krishna means love for Krishna. And therefore, this love for Krishna is only possible if we are anyavilasita sunyam, if we are free from other desires. Karma ginari avritam, which means that desires to enjoy the material energy or desires for liberation and mystic powers, all such desires are they are obstacles. As long as we are attached to these things, we cannot really develop our love for Krishna. So Srila Rupa Goswami therefore says, Anyavilasita sunyam, we must become free from other desires. And how to do that? Not simply by some decision from now on, I am going to be free from other desires. No, it doesn't work like that. But rather, we become free from other desires by developing attachment to Krishna. Desire vinivartante nirarasya dehina rasa vajana sopyas. Brahmadista nivartate. That we are developing a higher taste. When we are satisfied in serving Krishna, then we can give up all these material things. Major desires to be married or not may remain, although yes, if we do so, it should be a devotee. Right? And then, yes, let us carry on. So Srila Rupa Goswami explains that we must cultivate our Krishna consciousness by regular hearing about Krishna, by chanting the name of Krishna, worshipping the deity of Krishna. All these things create a great transformation. They all awaken our natural attachment to Krishna, serving the Vaishnavas, and finally connecting to the holy Dham, the abode of Krishna. So, in the Nectar of Devotion, in the first 19 chapters, Trino, are you here? Pay attention, pay attention. In the Nectar of Devotion, there are the first 19 chapters. And I would like you all to read these first 19 chapters after the initiation. Because there it is explained how to cultivate this pure love of God. And what are the things to do? They're always there. So it can take your time, but try to read these 19 chapters of the Nectar of Devotion. That will be very nice. Yeah. So we cultivate our Krishna consciousness. Nityasada Krishna Prem Sadikunai Sravanadi Sudachitta Karyodai. So by hearing about Krishna, then we will automatically develop attachment to Krishna and awaken our natural love for Krishna. That is our desire. Yes. So at the moment, yesterday was the appearance day of Advaita Acharya. At the end of the week, Nityananda's appearance day is coming up, and then we are preparing for Guru Purnima, the appearance day of Lord Chaitanya. So this is a period when especially the mercy of Advaita Acharya, Lord Nityananda, is present. And this is very important that we are always thinking of the mercy. We need the mercy of Advaita Acharya. We need the mercy of Lord Nityananda. How do we get that mercy? They are the servants of Lord Chaitanya. So if we are dedicating ourselves in service, in this mood of service, then we can become become accepted by these superior personalities. Just like if someone is doing a particular work and we help them very nicely, we just assist them and help them, well, then after a while they become favorably inclined towards us. Think, oh, very nice person, very helpful person. So in the same way, if we're serving Lord Advaita Acharya and Lord Nityananda, then naturally they become pleased with us. Then automatically they, by their mercy, will bring us to Lord Chaitanya. So this is the way we are serving the servant. Das and das and das and das. So servitorship is a very major point in Krishna consciousness, and that will be something on our mind. So to engage in devotional service and to serve the devotees in that way will become very much purified. It says, Shushusho Shadadanasya Vasudeva Chi Sanmahat Sevya Vipa Punya Tirtan Sevya. It says that by serving the devotees, we will develop taste for hearing about Vasudev Kataruchi. See, that's important because we are meant to hear about Krishna, but where do we get the taste? It is from serving the devotees. So in this way, by serving devotees, we become empowered. So we need empowerment in Krishna consciousness because otherwise over time it can become a burden. It can become difficult. So therefore, when we are empowered by taste, then we can do anything. So in this way, Shushusho Sadadanasya Vasudeva Tatachi Shammaha Sevya Vipra Punya Tirtan Sevya. So that's a valuable, important instruction. Yes, Lord Chaitanya, in his sixth astak, in his 8 prayers on the chanting of the holy name, has described that initially the chanting of the holy name is for purifying the heart and removing all the dust which is on the mirror of the consciousness. Then he explains that the name is invested with all the transcendental power of the Lord. Then Lord Chaitanya continues and says, one should chant the name in a humble state of mind. By doing so, one can give respects to all others. Then Lord Chaitanya begins to explain that he has no attachment, not to wealth, not to birth, not to beautiful women. He is just asking the Lord only to be placed as an atom at his lotus feet. To birth after birth, be engaged in his service. Then in the next verse, the Lord is stating, let me be an atom at your lotus feet. So nothing great, just a simple servant. Let me be your simple servant. Then, and finally, we see that this will awaken, if we have this mood of dedicated chanting, of taking shelter of the holy name, of humility, then gradually we'll begin to realize the symptoms of attraction to Krishna. And feelings of separation will come, and unconditional devotional service will develop. So in this way, there are chanting in different stages, chanting for purification and chanting in more advanced stages when actually love of God is developed. For us, we are beginners. We chant for purification. Yes. Of all the books that Srila Prabhupada gave us, the Srimad Bhagavatam is especially important. And after initiation, one should really study the Srimad Bhagavatam. Because the Srimad Bhagavatam, more than the Bhagavad Gita, is particularly the book that tells us everything about Krishna and his life. We can hear how Krishna lifted Govardhan Hill. We can hear how Krishna defeated so many demons. We can hear how wonderful Krishna is. In this way, the Srimad Bhagavatam gives us a full understanding of Krishna. So let us begin to read it, if we can, a little bit, at least a little, and for those who can find the time, a lot. Let us read the Bhagavatam. Yes. So, I have chanted in the beginning the mantras from the Mangala Charan, the auspicious invocation to invoke blessings upon all of you. Om Ajnana Timirandasya, from the spiritual masters, from Krishna, from Radharani, from the 6 Goswamis, from the Vaishnavas, and from Radharani. In this way, I've tried to invoke all these blessings so that we can become empowered. Because without blessings, it will be very difficult to make advancement. So, yes. And also it is the goal. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gnanana Salakya means let us always take shelter of our spiritual master. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam, let us take shelter of Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Vandeham Sikaro Siddhapada Kamalam Sikarum Vaishnavamscha, all the gurus the 6 Goswamis and the entire parampara. Let us offer our obeisances. So in this way, by chanting the Mangala Charanam, we are also fixing ourselves on the goal. That is important. We are receiving the mercy from Krishna coming down in parampara. And then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives that mercy, especially in a mood of great generosity and mercy. And then from him, a disciplic succession is coming down. And that is a special disciplic succession because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has invested those acharyas with great transcendental bliss. And so we see all these very blissful transcendental acharyas, such as Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, all the 6 Goswamis, such as Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Jagannath Das Babaji, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Gaurkishore Das Babaji, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada, and then the current links in the Sampradaya equally are all blissfully relishing Krishna consciousness. It is taste. In the age of Kali, we are not strong when it comes to duty. No one is very expert to do austerity for a long time. No one. We need mercy. Yes. We need inspiration. We need, as I said, we need a higher taste. We need a sense of some happiness in Krishna consciousness. When that is there, oh yes, then we can do. So by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, this bliss is very much alive in this movement. All right, so I thank you all very much. And so after this, there are 10 offenses to be avoided in the chanting. I'll list them. Number 1 is blaspheming devotees. One should not criticize them, one should glorify them. Number 2 is consider the names of demigods to be equal to the name of Vishnu. Lord Vishnu can give us eternal benefit. The demigods can give us only temporary benefit. Third offense, disobey the orders of the spiritual master. Fourth offense, blaspheme Vedic literature. We are respectful to all Vedic literature, but we specifically read the 4 books, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Nectar of Devotion, and Chaitanya Charitamrita. Fifth offense, consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be imagination. The glories of the chanting of Hare Krishna is unlimited because the name is non-different from Krishna, Abhinat from Naminami. The sixth offense is to give some interpretation on the holy name. The holy name is simply referring to Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Nanda, Nandan, the son of Nanda Maharaj, Yasoda Nandan, the son of Yasoda, like that. No need for more interpretation. Seventh offense, let sinful activities on the strength of the holy name. We should not think, now that I'm chanting, now I can do anything and I'll be free from karma. No, that's an offense. Eighth offense is to think that this chanting of Hare Krishna is a karma kanda ritual, that by the chanting, our material conditions should improve. No, we will get purified and we will become gradually eligible to go back to Godhead. The chanting of Hare Krishna is not meant to improve our material conditions of life. They are what they are. Ninth offense, instruct the faithless about the holy name. We can tell people, chant Hare Krishna. We can tell them the message of the Gita. You're not this body, eternal spirit soul, eternal servant of Krishna. That we can say, but not more than that, to the faithless. And finally, 10th offense is to maintain material attachments even after receiving so many instructions in this matter. So we should not hold on to material things. We should let them go. Yeah. Not that we are the old music we used to play, the old movies, just one more time. No, no need, no need. Let us just look at Krishna, Prabhupada, all these things. Anyway, in different ashrams, there may be different standards. In the renounced ashram, standard is a little higher. In the Grihastha ashram, sometimes there is some little more leeway. All right, so I want to go and carry on and start taking the vows. One second. Just opening up the list. Okay, so I'll just follow the list as I have it. But Trina, we are going to unmute. Ooh.
Probably focus it very close.
Can you unmute Bhakti Trina?
No, not him.
He's walking with the garment. He's in New Jagannath Puri, and he's going to a picture of Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Yes. Is that Trina? Oh yes, you are now on a different screen. Interesting, you have two screens. Hare Krishna. So, Bhakti Trina, what I will do is we will get some beads here in Vrindavan. We will chant on those beads, and then I'll arrange that they somehow or other make it to your destination. Yeah, and meanwhile, I'll bless your existing beads, and you can just carry on chanting for now on your existing beads until the new beads arrive. And
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, what are the 4 regulated principles that you promise to follow? You want to offer the garland to me or to Prabhupada?
I've got 2. Can I offer them quickly?
Yeah. Okay, offer quickly. It is South Africa. You cannot take initiation without garlands. It's Hare Krishna. I cannot hear you. Same. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
Just for you.
You can show this
Hare Krishna
in this camera.
Okay. So, what are the 4 regulated principles that you promise to follow for the rest of your life?
No meat eating, fish and eggs. No intoxication. No gambling. And no illicit sex.
And how many rounds do you promise to chant every day?
A minimum of 16 rounds daily.
Okay, that is very good. So then from this day on, your name will be Tarun Chaitanya Das.
Tarun Chaitanya Prabhu ki! Tarun Chaitanya Prabhu ki! Tarun Chaitanya Prabhu ki!
Tarun Chaitanya Das. So Tarun refers to a young boy. It is said that little Nimai would go to call his elder brother during the Bhagavatam class of Advaita Acharya. And at that time, little Nimai was a young boy, only dressed in a court. And that young boy attracted everyone's mind because somehow or other, he looked just like Krishna, but he was golden. So Tarun Chaitanya refers to that young boy, Chaitanya, who looks just like a golden Krishna. Okay, thank you very much. And then I have, let me see. Then I have Elisa. Elisa is from Leicester in the UK. I've known her for a very long time. So, since she was a small child. Thank you very much for the garlands. Appreciate it. Hare Krishna. So, Elisha, same thing with the beads, right? For now, you continue to chant on your beads and I'll bless them, and then we'll make arrangements to send some beads to the UK, and I'll do the chant on them, and you'll get them. Okay, so what are the 4 regulated principles you promised to follow?
No meat eating, fish, eggs, onion and garlic, no intoxication, no illicit sex and no gambling.
Okay, and how many rounds?
Minimum of 16 rounds daily.
Thank you very, very much. So from this day on, you will be known as Lilamai Devidas. Refers to the power, the Maya, the influence of the pastimes of the Lord, Lilamai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you. I'm very happy that you are now my disciple. And so please feel free to write to me whenever you want. Don't be shy, just write. Then we go to Ravi and his good wife Savita. Right? Hare Krishna. And
Maharaj, we also have got a garland for you.
you also have a garland, I see. Hare Krishna. Thank you, thank you. Very nice. Okay, so Ravi, what are the 4 regulative principles that you promised to follow?
I promise to follow the rules of no gambling, no meat eating, no illicit sex, and no intoxication, Maharaj.
Yeah, please also no fish or eggs.
Yes, Maharaj.
Yeah. No, Srila Prabhupada had it in that way.
Yes, Maharaj.
Okay, and how many rounds every day?
I will promise to chant minimum of 16 rounds, Maharaj.
Very good. And then you pass on to your good wife, and she can make the same promises. So what are the 4 regulative principles you promise to follow for the rest of your life?
No meat eating, no gambling, no illicit sex, no intoxication.
No, you cannot hear.
No meat eating, no illicit sex, no gambling, no intoxication. No fishing.
I heard no meat eating. I heard
No
no
meat
gambling.
eating, no gambling, no illicit sex, no intoxication.
Okay, and no fish and eggs. Okay, very good. And how many rounds every day?
Yeah, Maharaj, 16 rounds daily.
Minimum of 16 rounds. Yes,
Maharaj.
thank you. Very good. Now you can give the microphone back to your husband, and I'll give him a name, and then I'll give it. Okay. From this day on, you will be known as Raghunandan Das.
Raghunandan Das Prabhu ki! Raghunandan Das Prabhu ki! Raghunandan Das Prabhu ki!
Raghunandan was a famous devotee. When he was a boy, once his father Mukunda had to go, and he asked the boy to take care of the deity and to just offer bhog every day. Whatever was cooked, he had to offer it. So then the boy made the offering, and after 15 minutes, he came back and he saw that Krishna didn't eat. The plate was full. So he said to Krishna, "What is this? You don't eat. They have to finish everything." And then he got very strong and he said, "Now listen to me. If I'll give you 15 minutes more, and then when I come back, I don't want to find a crumb on this plate." So Raghunandan came back, and then the plate was completely empty. Then when the plate was completely empty, then his mother asked, "So where is the Mahaprasadam?" And then he said that, "No, Krishna ate everything." His mother didn't believe him and thought that he was just stealing the Mahaprasadam. So she told his father when he came back. And then the father, he came back, and the father said to his son, "No, I'm still very tired. Still, you do the puja tomorrow, and the next day I'll do it." Then the father was hiding to see if Krishna was really coming down. When Raghunandan put the bhoga on the altar, Krishna came down from the altar. Then he saw Mukunda, the father, and Krishna quickly jumped back on the altar. So in this way, Raghunandan became very, very famous, a very famous devotee. For him, the Lord showed that he actually eats the offerings that are offered to him.
Jai!
Then Savita, from this day on, you will be known as Srimati Subhadra Devidas.
Srimati Subhadra Devi Mataji ki! Srimati Subhadra Devi Mataji ki! God Premanande!
Very nice. So this is Hyderabad, huh?
Yes. Yes, Maharaj.
Very enthusiastic. Yes, very nice. Thank you, devotees of Hyderabad.
Let us welcome His Holiness Kadamba Kannan Maharaj with 3 loud Haribols. Haribol! Haribol!
Very good. Very good. And then, okay, just 1 minute look on my list. Change next. Okay. Then I have Bhaktini Taylor from South Africa. Hare Krishna. So it's a great pleasure that you are here today. I kept you waiting for a while, since a few months. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what are the 4 regulated principles that you promise to follow for the rest of your life?
No meat eating, fish or eggs,
no intoxication, no gambling, and no illicit sex.
Okay, and how many rounds?
16 rounds.
Okay, thank you so much. Then just yeah, I've been thinking about your name. The name Nitaila sounds very nice. But I don't know what it means. What does Nitaila actually mean? Can you tell me that?
It's just Nitai, and then my parents added the la at the end.
They just did that, huh?
Yeah.
Because I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find anything like that. Not in no Sanskrit dictionary, nothing could figure it out what it meant. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, I have to change it. That's my duty, so that you start a new life. So I have a few names, and now I don't know which one to give.
It's your favorite, Maharaj.
I can give you a choice. Or shall I make the choice?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then from this day on, you will be known as Prem Nidhi Devidas.
Prem Nidhi Devidasi Mataji ki.
And Prem means love. So one who is an ocean of love. Prem Nidhi Devidas.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna. And then I have Bhakti Anita Govind. And is she on Yasumati Nandan Devidasi's account? Or Rita Govind, where is she?
Madam Chicha Govind Maharaj.
Okay.
She's also at the Phoenix Temple.
No, all good. Hare Krishna. You have more than one device in the house. You have to mute another device. You can, or turn one device off for just a few moments. You can have only one, not two. Hare Krishna.
We have
muted everything.
Rita, is there someone who is a little technical in the house? You must have more than one device on one device on in the house. Is it correct? If you have more than one machine on, it will make this noise. You have to turn it off. Only one machine can be on in the house. Hare Krishna. Okay, now it's working. Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna.
Maharaj. Humble obeisance unto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to
Hare
all
Krishna.
devotees assembled here.
Very good. I'm happy
Nice
to.
meet you.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So, what are the 4 regulated principles that you promise to follow for the rest of your life?
No eating meat, fish, and eggs, no intoxication, no illicit sex, and no gambling.
And how many rounds?
Minimum of 16 rounds daily.
Thank you so much. Then from this day on, you will be known as Radha Kirti Devidas. Glories. So the glories of Srimati Radharani. Radha Kirti Devidas. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. And then finally, I have Bhakta Devan Balakrishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Okay. What are the 4 regulated principles you promise to follow?
No meat eating, no fish, no eggs, no intoxication, no gambling, no illicit sex.
Okay, and how many rounds?
Minimum of 16 rounds a day.
Okay, very good. And then from this day on, you will be known as Jai Balaram Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare
You
Krishna.
understood? Could you hear it properly? Jai Balaram Das.
Jai Balaram Das.
Haribo. Jai Balaram. All right, so that is very nice. So some of you in your temples now will have a yajna. Others of you may not have the yajna now, but then whenever there is a yajna in your nearest temple, then you can just sit for the yajna and that's fine. So whatever works. I will arrange to send you the names in writing, and we'll make arrangements to get the beads and send them to your destinations. And from my side, you are very welcome. I thank you all for taking this great step in your life. It's what shall I say? You have to understand that in one way, it's a big change, and in another way, it's not a change at all. It seems contradictory. It seems that in one way, spiritually, it's a new birth, and in another way, we feel just the same. But we should know that in the eyes of Krishna, it is not the same. From this day on, Krishna has accepted us, and we are now directly under Krishna's care. So no longer just under karma. Yes, Krishna may allow that some karmic reactions, some diminished karmic reactions will come, but basically Krishna is taking charge of us, and he will do what he can to help us on the spiritual path. So we don't have to worry, we are not alone. Krishna is always with us, very close, just nearby. And if you pray to Krishna, he will surely hear and he'll surely help us. So in this way, everything is fine. You can write to me. In that way, we can stay in touch And it's good if you write to me a report of what you're doing once a month, just so that I get an idea of how things are going. And from my side, all the blessings, all the prayers to the Lord, to Srila Prabhupada, to the entire parampara, and that at the end of this life, you may go back to Godhead. So please try to take this Krishna consciousness like a great gift, like a great treasure, and then somehow or other, please carry on. All my best wishes to you. So I will leave you here, and you will carry on in your local place, either with family or either with the devotees in the temple, and carry on from here. Hare Krishna. My best wishes to all of you.
His Holiness Kadamba Kannan Maharaj ki. His Holiness Kadamba Kannan Maharaj ki. His Holiness Kadamba Kannan Maharaj ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Raghunandan Prabhu ki. Subhadra Devi Mataji ki. Sai Okay, so Prabhu and Mataji can start the yajna. Yeah, Srimati Subhadra Devi Mataji ki. Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo Ananta Koti Vaishnavavrinda ki jai. Shri Brahma Madhva Gauda Guruparampara Sampradaya ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanand. Oh, they will come now. Yeah. Hare Krishna.
अभी जा रहे
So now we'll have yajna for the initiation, and within few minutes His Grace Sitaram Prabhu and his good wife will be here. Haribol, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare crying. This is the moment to celebrate. Haribol. Chalo, run. Yajna this moment. Haribol, Haribol. Please go congratulate Prabhuji. We have Raghunandan 2. 2.0.
How you differentiate?
Haribol. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
So here,
Hare Krishna. So actually Sitaram Prabhu and his wife are coming right now. So I humbly request Padma Mataji, please come to the door with the flower petals. Everybody can everybody please hear my announcement 1 minute, please.
both are same name.
Right? Everybody please take the flower petals from here to the left side and right side. Mataji and Prabhuji, let's stand. While Prabhuji comes here, we will welcome him in a grand way. And who can lead the kirtan? Yeah, Mataji can lead the kirtan. So Mataji can lead the kirtan from here. Yeah. Yeah. No? Yeah, you can off the TV.
So within 10 minutes they are coming, so let us stand near the lift.
Near the lift, and the yajna can start. Yeah, please, you both sit.
I will tell. I think Gate should be there. Should be there, not a problem. But we have to wait near the 22nd floor lift. Let us come everywhere. Everyone come. Let us go to the.
Oh, just unplug everything. Take that system outside in the corridor. This big system? That big system outside in the corridor. Small one you don't have right now. Just take the car. Oh, we don't have time now, probably. Just go. Hare Krishna, did everybody hear what I told? Please take the petals and go outside and stand.
नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्तेवाय त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि कथं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्भक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु भक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ शन्नो मित्रशं वरुणः शं नो भवत्यर्यमा शं न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शं नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्तेवाय त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मावादिशं ऋतमावादिशं सत्यमावादिशं तन्मामावीद तद्भक्तारमावीद आवीद माम् आवीद भक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ तच्छय्योरावृणीमहे गातुं यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजं शन्नो अस्तु द्विपदे शञ्चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ अपगच्छन्तु ये भूता पुरुषंस्मिता ये भूता विघ्नकर्तारा ये गच्छन्ति आज्ञया हरे ॐ अपवित्रः पवित्रो वा सर्वावस्थाङ्गतोऽपि वा यश्चरे पुण्डरीकाक्षं सभाह्याभ्यन्तरश्रुतिः ॐ पुण्डरीकाक्षाय नमः पुण्डरीकाक्षाय नमः पुण्डरीकाक्षाय नमः ॐ तत्सत् श्री गोविंद गोविंद गोविन्दः शुभाभ्यासवेदिने वर्धवर्षवर्धनमेरो दक्षिणदिग्भागे श्रीशैलपादप्रदेशे दक्षिणाउदवर्मध्यप्रदेशे अस्मिन् वर्तमानमेवारेकसंलमानेन प्रभावादिशतमतराणां मध्ये श्रीशुभकृतनामसंवत्सरे श्रीऋतौ माघमासे शुक्लपक्षे अष्टम्यां तिथौ भानुवासरे वरिणक्षत्रे शुभयोगे शुभकरणे विशेषेण विष्णाय मत्स्यां शोधितौ देवदेवोत्तमा देवता सार्वभौमस्य अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायकस्य पुराणपुरुषोत्तमस्य तत्त्वाधीशस्य श्रीराधामधुरमोहनदेवता स्वामीत्यर्थम् अस्य यजमानस्य रघुनन्दनदास प्रभुनामधेयस्य श्रीसुभद्रादेवी नामधेयवत्याः दीक्षा समारोहणे यज्ञमहं करिष्ये ॐ वैष्णवाग्निः गच्छ वैष्णवाग्निः गच्छाय ह्रीं हृदयाय नमः कृष्णाय शिवसे स्वाहा गोविन्दाय शिवाय षडो गोपीजनकवचाय गुं वल्लभाय नेत्राभ्यां षडो स्वाहास्त्राय पटोस्त्राय पटदिग्बन्धनम् दीपाक्षरे वेदशान्त्रमभ्युपेत्य दीपाय श्रीहृदये समाधर्माय वैष्णवयाभिवादि गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि
కానీ అది ఓపెన్ లో ఉంటే ఇది మీకు హైట్ కదా అది క్లోజ్ చేసేసి అది ఓపెన్ చేయాలి ఆ పిల్ల అది క్లోజ్
Hare Krishna.
Cloth is there.
And I also feel very fortunate to be here when we actually have a birth of two new Vaishnavas joining the Gaudiya Dhara, the line of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Raghunandan Das Prabhu and Srimati Subhadra Devi Mataji. So it's a very great festival for all of us actually. This is a very, very special occasion to be a part of the celebration when the Jiva, the living entity in the material world, after traveling in so many species, which we speak but we don't realize it. But after traveling so much in the material world, we don't even realize about species. It is in this lifetime. Even in this lifetime, we go through so many things and then we come to know that so much time is gone and so many things are actually not so much of useful. We have already spent our time into it. And then we come across Guru, Sadhu, Vaishnavas, and then we officially take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. So it is, they say, no, that the first birth of a human being is from the mother and father. And then the second birth in the Gaudiya line is when one actually is accepted by the spiritual master. When one is bona fide spiritual master accepts the disciple and gives him a new birth. This whole Yajna Vidhi, and it's a samskara. It's a samskara. They are spiritually born today. You know. So that's a very auspicious and very good fortune. Even to have darshan of this, even to see people accepting, you know, it needs, you know, we all have studied the current education system. So for that, it takes a little time. You know, it takes a little time to understand. Yajna, Thund, photo, one person, they're giving some name, and they change, and then everyone is telling. It takes a little, you know, it requires. Actually, when Srila Prabhupada disciples, young disciples, when they were preaching, so they would go out and preach, and they would be very disturbed, and they would come back to Srila Prabhupada and say, Srila Prabhupada, nobody is interested in spiritual life. We show them so many books and we try to tell them about Krishna, but they're not interested only initially, because the devotees were very new. They were very enthusiastic, but they were very new. So Srila Prabhupada said that, don't worry. Just give them prasadam and the holy name. These two activities will qualify them to understand the process of Krishna consciousness. They will develop the spiritual intelligence to understand the process of Krishna consciousness. So we are also in that case only. Most of us, I thought, at least for 17 years, went to Jew temple for prasadam. From the age of 7 till 20. 21, one Prabhupada Katha hurt my heart, and 15, 16 years only prasad. Go for the Sunday feast and see. When the lecture will get over, when the buffet is set, and then I would sit like this, he's sitting, I would just sit next to the buffet. And my mother used to be around in the class. Many of us, I've seen many devotees, when they come for the program, they find out the menu also. I don't know about the congregation programs, but our temple programs and festivals so are like, so most of the devotees in our movement are devotees of Prasad first, Krishna Prasad, and then they actually understand Krishna. Even those who are intellectually sound also, after their intelligence are defeated, then they also stick on with Prasad. And the Sadhu Sangha, association of devotees, it purifies us, takes us to the. So very nice to be with all of you. Thank you so much. I feel honored, and I also feel my master Radheshyam Prabhu has several times told me that you should go and meet Lilananda Prabhu. Several times, 2-3 years. So it was a very pending thing for me, because Lilananda Prabhu is so dear to Radheshyam Prabhu. He's so dear. So I thought by coming here, if I can do some small service, will please Radheshyam Prabhu, I get some blessings. Thank you. I'll start with a little kirtan.
Yes.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Nirvishesha Punyavadi Ashatmadi Shatani Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Dishatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Dishatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Srivasadi Gaura Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, कीर्तन की जय प्रभुपाद की जय पावन चैतन्य महाप्रभु की जय भक्तवृंद की जय गुरु प्रेमानंदे Water.
Yes, water.
Hare Krishna.
Almost done, Prabhu. Almost done.
Yeah. No, shout out. Hare Krishna. Before I begin, we'll offer our prayers. Om Ajnanatimidandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadamtikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yudapadakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sadhana Brahmatamritam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijanasahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Shri Vishakhamritam Shra He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Taptakashanavarami Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalvatarushyasya Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So, a few days ago, recently I was, I got a new machine that Prabhupada, this machine is called Hear and Speak. You seen that machine? Huh? Hear and just repeat. You saw that new machine of Prabhupada? Huh? All the lectures. Yeah. Hear and just speak. So, due to my travel, I've been traveling for last 8 years. So, various health issues are there. So, doctor said, if you want to travel more, compulsory yoga. So, I have to do 1 hour yoga. So, I said, what to do? It's austerity to breathe in and out. I put these lectures, Prabhupada, and hear them. So, yoga is also peaceful. But then I started hearing Srila Prabhupada's morning walks with his disciples. How many of you heard that? Morning walks. They are very special. And Srila Prabhupada in the morning walks is not the same as he is throughout the day. It's not the same. If you hear the morning walks, it's not the same. Because after the morning walk is a Guru Puja. And then he's on the asana, they're worshipping him. It's like that. And then throughout the day, then after that he's giving Bhagavatam class. And then there are important room conversations. Then he's managing, he's translating. leading kirtan, guiding the society, writing letters throughout the day. But this morning walks is not the same. I was contemplating, it's very different because he has his main leaders, especially in the morning, and it's an open house. Ask anything what you want. You cannot do that throughout the day. You have to take permission to meet, even the leaders, if they have to meet. But morning walk is like, from here someone can speak something, someone here can speak somewhere, and Prabhupada is like walking in the middle. And the way Prabhupada is replying also is like very casual. And to my reflection, it was like, sometime like the big boss in the college group and all other followers are there, and the big boss speaks and everyone has to just accept. It's like Prabhupada is very casual, very relaxed, but so, conscious of every single thing. So when I was so surprised, one devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, he said, Vivekananda, he said that the Harijans, anyone heard this?
No.
The Harijans, if they are introduced or they are taught Sanskrit, their life will become perfect. Like this. If the Harijans, if they are introduced or they are taught Sanskrit, their life will become perfect. So Srila Prabhupada said, first thing he said, Harijan word was not there when Vivekananda was there. This word was introduced by Gandhi. It was way after. So Prabhupada caught there only first. Harijan was one not there. No, he said, Harijan was there. The Gandhi introduced, he said, Harijan was there. Gandhi introduced, and actually it was a mistake. I introduced only those who are born in the backward caste, only they are Harijan. All are Harijan. Who is not backward in Kali Yuga, is it? Who is not, if not by birth, mentally everyone is backward, is it? All are Harijan. Unnecessary introduce the word Harijan. And what is the use of learning Sanskrit? We have already so many learned Sanskrit and rotting. We have already so many learned Sanskrit and rotting in the villages and in Banaras here and there if you go. What really is needed is to elevate their consciousness. What is happening? Even people are educated. There are so many, meat shops, gambling halls. So people are getting degraded even in the villages. He said, what is required? It's okay.
Smoke.
But it will go, no? We have to live with it today. No, nothing fine. You took the food outside? Then another 15-20 minutes. So, he said he was very conscious about this. Very, very conscious. First of all, Srila Prabhupada, sometimes Prabhupada's style of preaching, many a times, it is a very, very, very special way of preaching. Nobody in the current, I would say, in the at least Kali Yuga, in the now last 5,000 years at least, nobody has come across preach the way Srila Prabhupada. Because he doesn't defeat a questioner or answer a questioner. He first he insists the ignorance of the ignorant question. Like he said, Vivekananda said, we will get into, Vivekananda, Harijan, this, that. No. Vivekananda word is not there only Harijan when Vivekananda was there. And then he said, what Harijan? Everyone is Harijan. There is no question left after that. There is no question left. Everyone is Harijan. That was the style of Srila Prabhupada teaching. Like we know when he went to Amritsar, that famous Sikh Darbar, one of the very strong personality amongst the Sikhs, he came and met Srila Prabhupada. And when he met Srila Prabhupada, he said, Swami ji, मुझे एक बहुत बड़े ज्योतिष ने बोला है कि जो कुरुक्षेत्र का महायुद्ध हुआ था उसमें मैं भी था। प्रोफेसर असंभव है। Sikh Sabha. He's one of the biggest, strong, big, heighted man. And Prabhupada, you know, height Prabhupada's 5.5, 5.4. And Prabhupada sitting like this with his beard, you know. Asambhav hai ye to. The guy was looking, his man was looking at him and Prabhupada Hare Krishna Krishna. Then he said, क्योंकि जो भी कुरुक्षेत्र के युद्ध में थे वो सब भगवत धाम चले गए क्योंकि कृष्ण वहां उपस्थित थे. Those who were fighting in the battle of Kurukshetra, they went back home, back to Godhead. How is it possible you are here? Finished. One more time, Prabhupada was in Gujarat, and he was in a house of a businessman who was hosting him. So this businessman, they were students and businessmen, they always think where to catch these fellows because they feel sadhus are some kinds of robes. They're always thinking where to catch them. Prabhupada, you cannot catch him, Baba. So they said, they kept on asking, Swami ji, आप लोग गरीब लोग के लिए क्या करते हैं? It's a very beautiful Hindi conversation. Swami ji, आप लोग गरीब लोग के लिए क्या करते हैं? Prabhupada is ignoring other important questions he was taking. स्वामी जी, फिर भी आप सबके लिए कुछ करना चाहिए. बोला हम तो सबके लिए करते, गरीब है अमीर है सबको आमंत्रित है कृष्ण भावनामृत में, सब आ सकते हैं, गरीब है अमीर है, बूढ़े है बुजुर्ग है बच्चे हैं, सबके लिए है भक्ति, कृष्ण का भक्ति है. फिर भी गरीब लोग के लिए आप क्यों नहीं करते कुछ? So Prabhupada, already they had one debate before this. So Prabhupada said, आप ऐसा क्यों सोचते हैं आप गरीब नहीं हैं? आप ऐसा क्यों सोचते हैं आप गरीब नहीं हैं? So, and it is his house, huh? So then नहीं हम लोग तो ठीक है स्वामी जी, इज गुजराती, हम लोग तो ठीक है स्वामी जी, हम तो अपना बिजनेस है, काम करते हैं सुबह शाम, हम लोग तो ठीक है, हम लोग का तो ठीक है. इधर गधा भी ऐसे सोचता है, दिन भर काम करते रहता है घास के लिए, और जो घास जंगल में फ्री में पड़ा है, गधा भी. कृष्ण भावनामृत से सब गरीब है. कृष्ण भावनामृत के ज्ञान से अनुसार सब गरीब है. जो व्यक्ति को कृष्ण का ज्ञान है वही अमीर है, बाकी सब गरीब है. ऐसा मत सोचो. Nothing to say. His own house, Gujarati community, businessman, like that. Srila Prabhupada's preaching, So it was the special preaching of Srila Prabhupada and Bhaktivedanta purports which made a difference in humanity. Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, in his lectures I heard, he said that this Gaudiya Dhara or this teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it was available, but not so easily available for the masses. Because what happened, when the Britishers came, they gave us the Malaycha Bhasha. They took away Hindi and Sanskrit. And this in Malaycha Bhasha, Gaudiya Dhara was not so easily available, which was English. Malaycha Bhasha was English. It was English, but everyone, you cannot discriminate things. All are uncles, all are brother-in-laws. Kaun sa side se brother-in-law? Sometimes, he's my brother-in-law. Kaun sa side se brother-in-law? So very Malaycha Bhasha, it's clear, it's very distinct. So in that language, and everyone knows that, so it was not available in that language. If you want to know, little it was available. You read Brahma Samhita. It was available in English, but you have to. How many of you read Brahma Samhita? Tried to read. I read it 17 years back. After that, I only know the Sanskrit little, but the Bhakti Siddhanta's translation.
Very heavy.
That English you should know. You know the famous story of Bhakti Siddhanta. Our acharyas, such great scholars, and Radheshyam told this story. Bhakti Siddhanta was actually giving a Bhagavatam class, and a viceroy visited. And when he saw him giving a class in English, he said, we should try to hire this man to teach English to our men. You don't know the story? Yeah, that English. So, Gaudiya Dhara, imagine the previous Acharya. Read Jaiva Dharma Bhaktivinoda Thakur. You will not understand only what is soul in that. It is written in such a way. So, our Acharyas were great scholars. Very, very great scholars. And India was very rich with Sanskrit and Hindi. So this philosophy was available in that language. Otherwise, where? You read the Sanskrit, you cannot understand. Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, he translated the English version and very, very, very simple language. And there were no words. Bhagwan Maharaj was telling this transcendental. Have you heard this before reading Prabhupada's books? Material life. How many of you have heard it before?
Godhead.
Supreme personality of Godhead. How many of you have come across from your childhood to it, in your books or anywhere? You know, Supreme personality of Godhead, transcendental world, absolute truth, absolute truth. You know, you don't. Srila Prabhupada. That's why he said that he used to read on his own books. And Prabhupada several times shared with his disciples. Acharyas, sometimes they reveal themselves, very rarely. A couple of times he told his disciple, I didn't write these books. Krishna wrote these books. Krishna wrote them. Because he used to read his own books. He used to read his own, hear his own Krishna book. His own book he used to hear and relish it. And sometimes, you know, Shrutakirti Prabhu says, sometimes he used to relish. He used to hear Krishna book and, pat his hand laughing Krishna's pastime. And they would be shocked. Are he only wrote and he's relishing it. So this was the very, very special gift of Srila Prabhupada to all of us. So, we may come from any background. If we know simple English, we can understand the highest truth which is meant for the human life. The highest truth which is meant for human life. We can understand. We can understand Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy. Srila Prabhupada said, Chaitanya Charitamrita is a postgraduate science. It's a postgraduate study. You know this? Prabhupada said Chaitanya Charitamrita is a postgraduate study. Mahaprabhu, his mission, his mercy, very, very special. Very, very magnanimous. Today one devotee was asking me, I gave the Bhagavatam class this morning. So he was asking me, Prabhuji, Krishna is also very merciful and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also very merciful. Who's more merciful? Who is more merciful? Anyone knows the answer for it?
Mahaprabhu.
How?
Prabhupada. No Mahavadanya Krishna.
Okay. Very nice. Okay, very good.
Krishna came, Krishna just killed already once.
Yeah, very nice answer.
He opened the powerhouse of Krishna.
Yes, he opened the power. So it is said, Krishna's name is more merciful than Krishna. Krishna's name is more merciful than Krishna. And that name with Krishna Prem, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives. That name with Krishna Prem, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives. And Krishna is holding the flute. Isn't it? Isn't it? He's holding the flute and Radharani is there. You have to have recommendation of Radharani to get mercy of Krishna. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, how are they standing? Please come, I am waiting for you. Please come, I am waiting for you. That's the mood of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Supremely merciful, supremely magnanimous. You say when Krishna said, I think I spoke on the online class also recently. Sarva dharman parityajaya aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayami. So on this, sarva dharman parityajaya mam ekam sharanam praja. Sharanam means? Can we surrender? Is it easy to surrender? Huh? There is, we hear the word surrender. Where do we hear the word surrender? How do we get introduced to the word surrender?
Thief.
In the Bollywood movies. Surrender. Yes. Isn't it true? All of us from the childhood, no?
Yes.
That's why we hear it. Gun, hey, surrender karo apne aap ko. That's where we have introduced how the surrender is, So can we surrender like this? Maam ekam sharanam braj. It is said surrender is not possible without love. Without love, surrender is not possible. You cannot surrender without love. Without love, if someone is surrendering, it is artificial, superficial, or by force. Artificial, superficial, or by force. Surrender by love, what Krishna spoke. How to do that surrender is what Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and exemplified. How to surrender to Krishna is what Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and taught. This is a special mercy, and through the holy name. Specifically to the holy name. Just by chanting the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare. And by reading Srila Prabhupada's books, see, the process of surrender is internal. And knowing the philosophy and boosting ourselves is external. Because once you know that we are not this body, we are spirit soul, people are going to hell, but old age and disease you will not get if you go to the Goloka, and we are eternal souls. Once we go back to Goloka, we will never come back. There are three kleshas here in the material: Adi Devika, Adi Bhautika. IQ goes completely different level only. Our general knowledge of the school and Prabhupada's basic philosophy takes us on the cloud only. Isn't it? Then karmis. Don't chant karmis. We didn't get introduced to that, That's a different cloud devotees float around for some time, To float around somewhere. And then there is an internal. That's where we are checked. How much are we surrendering to what we are reading? That is what is said when you read Srila Prabhupada books. Try to search yourself there. The best way to read Srila Prabhupada's books is to try to search yourself. That is where you can identify challenges for yourself to grow in spiritual life. We can always take good points for lectures. We can always defeat the non-devotees who don't know basic philosophy of Krishna consciousness. But what is more important is internal growth of individual in Krishna consciousness. And nobody can judge that except yourself and the Supreme Lord. How much are you fearless? How much are you able to apply the philosophy of Krishna consciousness? How much are you running and crying for the mercy of the Lord and His devotees to grow in spiritual life? He said that when you come to Krishna consciousness, when you enter it, it should be like a fire. It's like a fire. And when you are struggling for something, you should be, you've seen a fire brigade, ting, 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 it comes. You are searching for a fire brigade like that, to finish your shortcomings and grow in spiritual life by taking association of devotees. One of the most important things in spiritual life is look forward, specifically for the Grihasthas, is to look forward how we can live as a community. How we can live as a community. It's very important. This is, when I got married, this was the first thing I was thinking, what do we do now? It was like this. Because I was a brahmachari in the ashram, 7-8 years, and Radhesham was training that also. So I was a brahmachari. When I got married, the world was different. I was like, I got 10th pass, 12th failed twice, and then moved into the ashram. Because somehow or other, I was not so much interested. My parents had some expectation. I had something. My brother wanted me to do something. So I was nowhere, Anyways, that's a different story. But then when and I was more fond of going to the temple. So when I was 21, 22, I joined the temple. And when I was 27, 28, I got married. But then 21 is the age where all my generation was starting their career. 27, 28 was all were set in their career. You understand? 28, everyone was looking for their marriage packages, and then I was getting married. So since I didn't have a material education, so my even it happened sometime with devotees also and family, society, they were concerned. They were considering how to settle him now. How to, I was to settle, my father, I remember my father, his life, anyway, it's okay. My father, I heard my father talking to one of my family friend that, he stayed in the temple 7-8 years, now we have to see how we have to settle him now, And I was like, that was like a completely different experience, because you preach 7-8 years. Krishna is the goal of life. Going back to God. Depend on Krishna. Krishna is the maintainer. This and that, blah, 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 blah. You speak and now your speaking is done. Now you have to be practical. And so the mind, plays people. Because see, in this world, because of the lack of Vedic culture, completely finished. Because of Vedic culture, the strength was the social protection. People were not rich, but they were very happy because of the social protection. Now social protection is not there. People are rich but fearful always. People are rich but see, people put money in mutual fund. Always anxiety company ka kya hoga. If the money is in the hole, they always worried. Chabi bhul gaya kya kiya hai? Did I lock or unlock? That's another anxiety. Like Radha Govind Maharaj says, you call Radha Govind Maharaj says, अगर आप एक व्यक्ति को कॉल करो और बोलो हेलो क्या कर रहे हो? अच्छा तुम्हारा अलमारी का चाबी किधर है? मतलब क्यों? मैंने मेरे बेड के नीचे ही है, पिलो के नीचे ही। हाँ ठीक है सो जाओ। राधा गोविंद महाराज से
नहीं सोएगा।
अब क्या सोएगा वो? अब क्या सोएगा वो? Every level this fear is there. Someone who doesn't have a child, my life to be like a lottery only. But in general, someone who is to get married is in anxiety. After marriage, in anxiety. For the child, in anxiety. In pregnancy, in anxiety. After pregnancy, in anxiety. Child's growth, in anxiety. Child's competition career, in anxiety. After the child will go away, take a job and move out and take his wife and move out, anxiety alone. So that's how we live. So the Vedic culture and this, what we call nuclear families, people are living in anxiety. Is it? All of you agree with this? And then I was hearing this all, because I just left the ashram and I also 3 days before the marriage I went with the ashram to home. To my home also, I went 3 days before the ashram. And then I heard these talks, कुछ करना पड़ेगा, उसको settle करना पड़ेगा. So then she happened to be a homeopathic doctor. So we also, because what happens, it has an influence. So I also started planning, from the temple, if I do service, I will get some 10,000-15,000. Hey, you do internship. She just completed her homeopath. I said, if you go for this clinic, you will get 15 or 13. And we planned 13, 40 kaise hoga, 40, 50 kaise hoga, 60, 70 kaise hoga. Uske baad mein 2 bacche honge, phir all that, 3-2 months I was in anxiety. Then I said, Arey, 10 years I was preaching, I heard 2-3 lectures of Govind Maharaj. I heard 2-3 lectures. Wake up! Like if you have heard a lecture like a lion, he roars, Said, Sutta Mita Ramanira Chinta. Sutta Mita Ramanira Chinta means family, society, children, and all this anxiety only, Hey, you have to become a devotee like this, You have to know that this is Krishna's family. You have to be convinced, Krishna has given this family, I have to do my duty. And Krishna is a doer, I just have to be around. Somehow I heard 4 or 5 classes of Guru Gobind Maharaj. And then I said, nothing doing. I told my wife, see, पहले मैं पढ़ा लिखा नहीं चलेगा टैक्सी चलाएंगे सुबह 16 माला करने के बाद and every day evening we'll do one program. Taxi will go and park there and we'll do a program. I never had to drive a taxi only by thinking this everything happened. Things just moved ahead, Things just moved ahead. You just have to have faith on Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Prabhupada and his teachings. Our faith. See, spiritual life is very blissful. But you can relish it only when you apply it. And applying only comes in difficulty. Otherwise, if you can, it's very easy. Onion or garlic ke bin. Everyone has his own challenges actually. Every single person has his own challenges. But how much do you intensely pray to respond to those challenges in a Krishna conscious way? Praying to the Acharya, spiritual master, is what actually it's like we say, spiritual life is a razor edge. Specifically when we have challenges, how are we applying our hand grenades, tanks, AK-47 and rifles, which means the holy name, the philosophy, Acharya lives, Prabhupada's teaching. How are we applying this to this situation? It is that moment which decides the mercy of the Lord, how it should come in our life. Second, realization. You have to be convinced only once to give up onion and garlic. Once you give it up, you will never take it again. Anyone here gave up onion and garlic, said, nahi, abhi chalu karta. Anyone? Not possible. This is the most simplest example that one challenge only comes once. And you just create steps to keep moving ahead by responding with the challenges based on the teachings of our acharyas, especially Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada's life is the biggest teaching for all of us. But recently we celebrated Juhu's anniversary. In fact, one devotee, his name is Satya Gopinath Prabhu, was a great leader in South India.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, so very good speaker. So now he moved to, BJP.
Yes.
So recently one of our leaders were meeting him and talking to him. And he was saying, how do you feel about the MPs and this and that? They must be very intelligent. I said, they are all bachchas in front of our ISKCON devotees. He said, when it comes to argument, our devotees can defeat MPs in one day. He said, such knowledge they have. He said. He was talking with them because they also, if you see debate, we see news, debate, ye bol raha, wo, aap bhi bolo, news channel nowadays. Debates are become He said nobody can stand in front of people who read Prabhupada's books. He told us to read their own book. He said those who read Prabhupada's book, nobody can stand. Nobody can stand in front of them. This is coming from a person who is a great preacher and joined the most powerful political, party in India, and having their meetings is televised. It is just that we don't have to pay. You have to have complete faith in holy name, and there is no other way. Guru Gobind Maharaj sings this very sweet. I always like to sing. I'll just sing. You can repeat with me. Nama vina kali kale nahi ar dharma. Nama vina kali kale nahi ar dharma. Sarva mantra sara nama Hey Shastra Marma. Sarva mantra sara nama Hey Shastra Marma. Prabhu tumi jivera मंगल चिंता करी प्रभु तुम्हें जीवेरा मंगल चिंता करी कलियुगे नाम संगे स्वयं अवतरी कलियुगे नाम संगे स्वयं अवतरी युग धर्म प्रचारिल नाम संकीर्तन युग धर्म प्रचारिल नाम संकीर्तन मुख्य पते जीव पाए कृष्ण प्रेम धन मुख्य पते जीव पाए कृष्ण प्रेम धन नाम विना कली काले नाही आर धर्म. There is no other dharma than the holy name. सर्व मंत्र सार नाम यही शास्त्र मर्म. The essence of all the mantras is nama. Nama is not a mantra. We tell mantra, but it's the Lord Himself. यही शास्त्र मर्म. This is the essence of the scriptures. प्रभु तुम्ही जीवेरा मंगल चिंता करी कली युगे नाम संगे स्वयं अवतरी. कली प्रभु तुम्ही जीवेरा मंगल चिंता करी means what? Very simple. Means प्रभु तुम्ही, my Lord, जीवेरा मंगल, to deliver the conditioned souls in the material world. नाम संगे स्वयं अवतरी. Along with the holy name, you have appeared. मुख्य पते जीवक पाए कृष्ण प्रेमधन. Just by chanting, the jivas are getting what? Krishna prem, the love of God. Just by chanting the holy name, one is getting one. Yuga dharma prachari lo nama sankirtana mukhya pate jiva paye Krishna prema dharma. So this is the real asset for our life. When Mahaprabhu is chanting these verses of Shikshashtakam, and this, I think I chanted this also some time back. He says, in between of the Shikshashtakam, if you see the CC, he mentions Prema dhana bina vyartha daridra jivana. Prema dhana bina vyartha daridra jivana. Dasa karive tanmore deho prema dhana. Dasa karive tanmore deho prema dhana. Without the love of God, my life is useless. Therefore, I pray to you, accept me as a servant and give me the salary of ecstatic love of God. Give me the salary of ecstatic love of God. See, corporates are full of packages. Corporate means it only starts with packages, and the whole life is about increment of packages. And then it's about what to do now after all this. But you see, we have to plan our life and mold our life in such a way that somehow or other that we should bring back the Vedic culture. Srila Prabhupada founded this movement on two things, three actually in one way: Bhagavatam, Harinam, and the Vedic culture. Isn't it true? He only gave these three things to devotees. He gave them holy name, he went with the Bhagavatam, and he introduced them to wear dhoti kurta, sari and tilak. Correct? This was the foundation of Srila Prabhupada's movement, He founded the movement on these three things. As soon as people become serious, he introduced this. So now, how to establish the Vedic culture? Because joint family, anyone lives in joint family? See, only two. Your brothers, everyone living together?
My sister and myself, we live together.
It's very rare. 4 brothers together, impossible. Huh?
Under one roof.
Roof will fell down. False ceiling, False ceiling will fell down. Impossible. The culture is lost. It's a very, very big challenge. Now. So what happens when the culture is lost? We are living in nuclear family. So this fear, and see, we all of are learning, philosophy. You tell me, how will you apply this in your life? You can apply, Guru Maharaj says, he says, the conditioned souls in the material world are sleeping in the lap of Maya. What did he say? The conditioned souls in the material world are sleeping in the lap of
Maya.
Kali's Chela will come in dhoti kurta and tilak. Disciples of Kali Raj, who will confuse devotees, amongst the devotees, they will come in dhoti kurta and tilak. I don't have to speak, you will know yourself. That's how it is. Because of this loss of Vedic culture. Now my point was, before this, what I asked, how do you apply what we learn? We can apply tilak, we can wear dhoti kurta, we can chant, we can meet once in a week for 1 hour. Our frustration of the whole week will go away. But whatever we are learning, Prabhupada, no, Prabhupada, it was not real Prabhupada. I don't remember, but I heard a very strong statement by one leader. I'm not able to remember. He says, our movement is not meant for you to come once in a week and remove your frustration of the whole week and then get ready to get frustrated for the whole week. Our movement is not meant for that. So how do we apply? There's so much Shikshastika. You ask people, Cheto Darpana Marjanam. How do you apply it? How do you apply 10 offenses? How do you avoid those 10 offenses? How? Can you live alone and do that? When you live with devotees, you know the mirror about yourself. When you meet more often, spend more often, plan the life in a way, we spend more time with devotees together. That's when we come to know. Initially, when we kept our house like an open house. Come and stay with us. And then we started fighting. Intolerant. Yeah, when you invite, because see, you can invite one guest for 2 days, but you can invite a guest for 6 months. You can cook for a Maharaj for 3 days, for 3 months. So this is all about community, all about. We live together. And then when we live together, see what happened now? Don't mind, we all are grahasthas. The privacy which the nuclear families have created is more centered towards self-gratification. It appears that we need our space for what? It's morely for self-gratification. If you calculate properly, introspect and contemplate, you will always see either you will work hard to make your fear more strong by planning material things very nicely. Just see, simple example. When the COVID came, everyone was a devotee. COVID went, the GDP is going much faster. Isn't it true?
Yeah.
Isn't it true? So, until we plan, that how we become humble, because when devotees live with each other, you go for one yatra and share a room together for 10 days and you will come to know. Shashtakam verses, Prabhu, follow. And both husband and wife have to extend. The duty of a husband and wife after knowing the philosophy of Krishna consciousness is not limited to plan how we and our children will be devotee. That will take a lot of your energy. But our plan should be how we can extend ourselves so that we can get more and more mercy of devotees and we become better devotees. If you ask me my personal experience, I become more fixed on my Grihastha life in my devotional service because I was very madly inviting devotees to home for prasadam. Continuously, this Maharaj, this pakad pakad ghar pe le jaake. And you know, that whole anxiety of hosting them, we never came to know how time went away. So Jayapataka Maharaj gives a very beautiful example. He said he went to one country and the husband and wife, they came to him. They were just a new devotees. And they came to him with a complaint of list of difference of opinions they have and the reasons they fight for. You know. So Maharaj said that, why don't you do one thing? Why don't you host weekly Bhakti Viksha in your house? And then both of you together fight for the menu, fight for inviting devotees, more devotees, you know. Argue, we'll get more devotees here. No, we'll get more devotees here. We can invite more devotees from this building like that, you know. Be involved in that and see. After 7 months, Maharaj went. And they were very bright, both of them, looking very bright. And they said, we still fight. But the fight is about how to serve better, how to host better, and how to make nice prasadam. And that has changed our relationship. So it's simple, it is so simple to extend ourselves to serve. It's not so easy. It is not so easy to get opportunity even to have darshan of devotees. Many times I tell my wife that we should always go to the temple to see the deities, take darshan of the deities, and then most importantly darshan of devotees. See, we feel like going to the temple, but how many of us can see Krishna? How many of us can see Krishna in the deity? But one thing which satisfies our heart is actually the darshan of devotees. We don't know this. It is the darshan of the devotees, association of devotees is actually what satisfies our heart. That hankering is very important in Krishna consciousness. And another most important thing is patience and tolerance. Like, especially Grihastha life. Recently, one senior devotee was giving a Ramayana Katha. So in that, he told a very beautiful story. He said one son, I told this story, went to his father for marriage. I told this?
No, I don't.
No? So one son went to his father and he said, my dear father, I'm already 24 and I want to get married. The father said, Badmash. Sorry, bol. He said, I'm already 24. Sorry, bol tu pehle. He said, father, I want to just tell. I told you already this.
Please repeat.
Huh? I told you.
No, please repeat that.
He said, tell sorry first. अरे मैंने क्या गलती किया? तू पहले सॉरी बोल. So ठीक है, गलती हो गया, वापस कभी नहीं बोलूंगा मुझे शादी करना. सॉरी बस. अब तू शादी के योग्य है. Now you are qualified for marriage. Even if you have not done any mistake, not at fault, unconditionally if you can sorry, you are qualified for marriage. You are qualified for marriage. Yeah, astrology match is not required. But in one way, it reflects what's going on in the society. So, the Vedic culture depends upon Matajis, the women. Their tolerance, it is said, a woman's tolerance is oceanic. She can tolerate so much that she can create an ocean of love for the community. That's the strength of a woman's tolerance. It is said. It is said that if a woman can tolerate, then the man can think of winning the world actually. Isn't it? It is said, no, her. क्या बोलते हैं? Her. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. But this woman, who's very tolerant and patient, and who's holding the community, together. See, the culture flows to the generation, right? The father and mother give the culture to the child. The child takes this culture further, right? But the child for the first 5 to 6 years is with whom? Mother, with the mother. And that's where the maximum culture a child gets. Because father is outside. And that's how the Vedic culture can be preserved. And then Shastras do speak strongly about women. Like if you read Prabhupada's books, it's mentioned that a woman can kill. What? Anyone read this or not? No, come on. What is it?
Woman can kill the entire generation if she's not in a proper,
Anything else? Someone read?
Actually, man, if not, if both are not in a proper situation, a man can harm only one man, but woman can harm the entire community or entire lineage. That's what
I heard a little different. I don't know if it's the same
A
thing.
woman can kill.
22 generations.
Woman can kill her husband. Have you read this? The son and the father. First one's gratification. Is that Prabhupada's books? Come on, you not read it? Is that Prabhupada? I'll send it to you. Huh? Urvashi and Pururuva section. You read it in the Bhagavatam. Urvashi and Pururuva section. But then, it's not about the Matajis or devotees. But now, how? She's going to put a time bomb in the house and blow the whole house? Or she's going to put food in the poison? How? Anyone knows?
by passing on wrong values.
Poison in the mind.
Only by speaking. Only by speaking, everyone is finished. Only by speaking. It's a very important part of Vedic culture. A man is overly attached to material progress. That also is what kills the whole society, generation. अरे तुझे नहीं समझता है पैसा जरूरी है. Like that. That kills the whole. And woman, specifically with her, it is said in the Shastras, to her tongue, can destroy. Kill means that doesn't mean death. Kill means the spirit. We're talking about Krishna. Krishna, for example, now this glass will fall down. Suppose I invite someone home for prasadam and my wife comes and gives it and goes inside. Pani leka na. Now what you will invite someone next time? Whole your life and your salary, your position, your company, everything goes in dustbin in 1 second. Finished. Abhi aise jina hai. So that kind of situation, we should, as devotees, we should take responsibility. As men, see, if a man is very strongly not attached to Guru, his mission and philosophy of Krishna consciousness, if he's spending time too much on the phone, he's spacing out, he's doing prajalpa, he's not concerned about the teachings of Krishna consciousness, it's very difficult to respect such men. So that's why it's very important for a man to be attached and a woman to support the husband to get attached. The fight should be to progress in Krishna consciousness. Then it will be like that. It's very important. Husband and wife sit together and discuss. How do we grow from here? What challenges and what cautions we have to take to progress in Krishna consciousness? It has to be discussed. Husband and wife have to discuss, sit together and discuss. We are at this age, introduced to Krishna consciousness this age, and what are the practical things at this age and this situation we can actually achieve and grow. That's how husband and wife should be discussing. And then everything else is external. You're working in a company, you're having a business, you're a teacher, you don't have time. It hardly matters, because it is the spirit which actually carries this movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's the spirit of the devotee. And that is something which is missing in this movement. We are growing, in numbers, but we are missing the spirit of the 70s. In the 70s, there was only Krishna consciousness. The movement was only, people were living where they were living, but they were worried. Their anxiety was how we can spread this mission, how we can become an instrument in the Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, because people are suffering and going to hell. See, the mind needs engagement till we go back to God. But we should not think that I will change the world. No. That Mahaprabhu and Krishna will make it happen. But we have to do our part. In that we should be in anxiety. Some devotees, they make big plans and they cannot chant their 16 laws. They will give, Prabhuji, हम लोग को भगवत गीता इधर फ्री में देना चाहिए. Prabhuji, हम लोग को इधर एक टेम्पल बनाना चाहिए, उधर ये करना चाहिए, वैसा करना चाहिए. He has all the time. Prabhuji, आपका कितना माला हुआ आज का? प्रभु मेरा 2 हो गया आज. बाकी अभी 8 बज गया. Smiling, you know. Our own Krishna consciousness is compromised because we get into all our own Krishna consciousness to be very strong. Then we will become a weapon in the hands of the acharyas to spread this mission. Then we will become. Otherwise, very. Prabhupada, I think I told this also, in 1972, I told them in that one, I guess. In 1972, somewhere 73, there was a Rath Yatra in Sydney. Devotees, they built like 15 feet Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 15 or 22 feet Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, like that. Seen the video? Famous Rath Yatra. And Prabhupada was so happy. What spirit graced the, Srila Prabhupada's movement. See, the missionary mood of Srila Prabhupada in the line of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, ashram is not a criteria. When I was a grasta, one devotees were telling me, Prabhuji, aap aise kaise karoge, aap brahmachari nahi ho. I said, brahmachari, if you're not having that spirit to spread the mission, it's like 75 paisa powder put in the bucket, color will come out, saffron. It doesn't make sense. Heart has to be saffron, and that has no ashram criteria. You understand? Our heart has to be saffron, it doesn't have an ashram criteria. Prabhupada's time, grastas, brahmachari, sannyasi, all were missionaries. There was no discrimination. He said, grasta, how he'll do? Never. In fact, grastas did the maximum. Many of the places. And Prabhupada also mentioned in 1972, when he saw the spirit of his grastas, brahmacharis and sannyasis, he mentioned a very beautiful thing. He said, if the preaching continues like this for next 25 years, there won't be any other religion than the Hare Krishna on the whole globe. You just read the Lilananda and you can imagine why Srila Prabhupada was thinking like this. Like Shuri Prabhu. You heard from him, Japan book distribution. They said that they were ready to do anything. They said that we got the man who would make the whole world happy, and we were ready to do anything for that. He said that was our mood. He said Prabhupada wanted money to build Vrindavan temple. And he said, I want $5,000. Guru Kripa Maharaj's group was in Japan. So within 20 days, he sent $5,000. You know this past time? No. Then Prabhupada wrote again, the Vrindavan construction is going in full pace. I want $10,000 every month. He sent it in a month. Then Srila Prabhupada wrote back, I want $15,000 every month. Within a month, he sent another $15,000. Then Prabhupada trunk called other devotee and told him, find out what is Guru Kripa doing. Stealing a bank or what something. And what they were doing, they had found out that Japanese tourism, world people come and they spend a lot of money. So all the devotees, they took visas for Japan, some 20 devotees, and they were doing 17 to 18 hours of book distribution and sending all the money by Hawala to Srila Prabhupada. All the money. So much so that Shori Prabhu, he shares, he said that the tourism guides and the tourism bus drivers were instructed As soon as you see these crazy people in saffron robes, take the bus few kilometers away from them. Tourist bus a few kilometers away, and these devotees will jump on the bus and hang on the bus and go and reach and sell the book. Shori Prabhu says they were arrested. They were arrested and they were deported back to America. They were deported back to America for harassing the tourists. Shori Prabhu said that we went back to America, we tried, it was not working because we were American in America, somehow our group, it was not working. So we changed our names, reapplied for a visa, again went back to Japan and started sending money to Srila Prabhupada. Another 45 days, we were all deported again. But we were ready to do anything for Srila Prabhupada's mission. We were ready to do anything. So, I'm telling you very honestly, all the material arrangements which we have, it is all come in destiny. It is all come in destiny. Nobody of us are actually earning and because of working we are gaining it. It is not at all like this. It is not because we are working we are gaining it. It will come to you in some way or other. It will. It is guaranteed. It is the philosophy. Isn't it true? The name you have, the surname you have, the date of birth you have, the kind of hair you have, the face with your family you have, did not come by your choice. Anyone decided the parents' surname and the date of birth here? No. We are all born with our destiny. Nothing. It is said even one hair in the body will not grow more than our karma. एक बाल ज़्यादा नहीं. But because we are living in the society which tells क्या होगा, क्या होगा, क्या होगा, कैसे होगा, job नहीं मिलेगा, पढ़ाई नहीं करेंगे, ये नहीं करेंगे. Nothing. You don't have to worry about anything. What you have to worry about is only one thing: how our children should not suffer what we are suffering, which is the lack of faith in Krishna consciousness. We should I met one of my very close friend, Yaduraj Prabhu. He's a Gurukul teacher and he's a South American. And his father sent him to the Gurukul and he was there in the Gurukul for 19 years. And then he became a teacher. So and he was very amazing teacher, the teacher of my children. Seeing him teaching is like seeing Bhagavatam. Hearing a Bhagavatam class. It's like that. So I asked the father, and I asked him that we Indians, somehow or other, we have gone so low that we don't have faith. If you put the whole world together, we will say until we get our salary, we cannot be Krishna conscious. We are like this now, But how you Westerners have this faith? So he told me very nice, very striking thing, He told me that when I become a devotee, Yaduraj was already born. He said the struggle which I had to go to be a devotee and remain a devotee, with so much of ups and downs in spiritual practice. It is such a suffering, knowingly compromise spiritual life. And so much fear and difficulty to take up decisions to progress or practice, not in progress, even to practice Krishna consciousness. I didn't want my son to go through it. I didn't want my son to go through it. This is because we associate with the world which is completely opposite direction. Isn't it true? We associate with the world which is a completely opposite direction. Now we have an opportunity. Take up the mission of Srila Prabhupada seriously. And then you will actually see how it will go. We can do hundreds of programs, but if you can come up with one small temple, it will unite. In India, or even in the West, Srila Prabhupada introduced, because see, like we are doing a yagya, we are Rupanugas, and we have mantra diksha. One of the main reasons is to do deity worship, to maintain that mental purity, that cleanliness, take the support of the deities, take the mercy of the Lord and worship them as per Pancharatra Vidhi to chant the pure name. To chant the pure name. To chant the holy name. Now, we can have 108 deities in 108 families, And then slowly we have our own Lord and then our own standards on the Lord. And then we say Lord is very merciful. But of all of us together bring up one temple where we follow properly. See, when you come in public, you are accountable. You understand, no? We can go on?
No, we can go on. There is pressure.
When for example, some people in one, have you seen? There are some devotees, when you sit one-on-one, they will argue, not understand only. And then in the class, tell them to ask question. They will not be able to argue the same way. Have you seen that? In public, we are accountable actually. In public, we are accountable. So similarly, this Gachibowli preaching is going so amazing. You should just bring a discount Gachibowli and gift it to Srila Prabhupada. That is very culture. Temple, community around the temple, and life centered around the deities. We'll put our own. It's good to practice. It's good to practice our own deities and all, but there's no comparison because, see, when I will conclude what I started with, I started with people telling me, "Iska kya hoega?" So then I read Govind Maharaj's lectures and I read many of the Grahastha leaders of Srila Prabhupada's time. And I saw them that how they would go here and there and open temples. If you want to maintain yourself, it's very difficult. It's very big anxiety. You have to really compromise a lot of things. But if you want to give Krishna consciousness to the world, then your maintenance is very insignificant. Very insignificant. I took inspiration from Grahastha leaders. Specifically, when I was a brahmachari, I saw Sitaram Prabhuji, the Tirupati temple president, opening the Tirupati temple. How many of you been to Tirupati temple? So Sitaram Prabhu was working in Bosch and he was introduced to Krishna consciousness. He was already married. You know the story? He was already married. But both husband and wife took up Krishna consciousness very seriously. So he was in Bangalore for some time. Then he went to Tirupati. When he went to Tirupati, he had already 2 small daughters. And that temple, big temple, was not there. With those daughters, growing them, getting them married, also he built the temple. Somehow or other, I knew it because 2006-07 was the temple opening, Tirupati. So I told my temple president, asked, "Aap kya karega abhi?" I said, "Prabhuji, मेरे को ऐसा मत बोलो, रेवतीराम को जैसा मंदिर बनाने वाला हूँ. I'm not going to worry about how I have to maintain myself. I will build a temple, raise funds for the temple, and together we will maintain hundreds of devotees. I'm not going to do that." So I was in Bhiwandi, a town near Mumbai. So I was trying to develop a small project there. Some grahasthas, brahmacharis giving classes, going and meeting people. So it took 7-8 years to build one temple. But in that 7-8 years, I understood one thing: how to build a temple. People are already suffering with money. They don't know what to do. You just have to tell them how they can be more happy by using that money in Krishna's service. So I met. How many of you have been to Aktapur temple? You should please visit. So one of our donors, he came and he wanted to give Gaur Punyam address. He was giving for last 14 years. So some other devotee wanted to give this time. So he came and told me, "Prabhuji, मुझे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है ये." तो क्या हुआ? जैसे पिछले 14 साल से मैं गौर पूर्णिमा का ड्रेस देता भगवान का और इस साल कोई और देगा बोल रहे हैं. So I very serious to tell him. I said, "Prabhuji, क्या इतना टेंशन ले रहे? एक मंदिर बनाओ, 365 दिन भगवान का सेवा आप ही करो ना. क्या टेंशन ले रहे आप? इतना बड़ा आपको खुद का बंगला बना है, ऐसे एक मंदिर बनाओ." So that day only he gave a token to a plot of land where Aktapur temple is there. So he showed me like this. प्रभु जी आज ही टोकन देके आया हूँ. ये आप जरा प्लॉट देख लो, बना देते हैं मंदिर. So I went to the plot. ऐसे प्रभु जी मंदिर के लिए बहुत छोटा है. बाजू वाला भी ले लेता हूँ. ले लो. Then I said हम preaching करके मंदिर बनाएंगे यहाँ पर. I said I tried to invite other devotees in Hyderabad. Come यार preach करो, मंदिर बनाओ, ये आदमी पूरा दिन. After some time मैंने प्रभु जी आप ही मंदिर बना दो, आप कर दो, खत्म करो. So his uncle passed away. So he said that Prabhu already that heart has accepted to build the temple. Heart say build the temple, deities came, everything came. So what is, honestly, you just have to distribute prashadam and you have to give holy name to the people. People will come. Money will come. Now you know, from the Attapur temple, you come to the terrace. We have 6 months rice there. We don't know what to do. 6 महीने का पूरा अनाज ग्रोसरी भर के रख दिया, कोई दे दिया. Don't know what to do. So what is required is that we should give our children the courage. Go out and preach. Krishna will take care. That's it. We don't need to make them fearful. If you don't have a good job, how will you live? How will you maintain yourself? Who will give you a girl? You know? This is not our philosophy. Prabhupada writes anywhere like this. We should say, Krishna is the maintainer. He is maintaining us even now. And even people who are not worshipping him is maintaining them. Forget about them. Even animals who don't know who is Krishna is maintaining them. Don't worry about this. Save the world from going to hell. That is our mission. And we should be thinking that we are living for that. And then you see, you know what will you be left with if you decide this? Anyone knows? Okay.
Stress-free, anxiety-free.
Yes. Very nice, Mataji.
Fearless.
Fearless.
Satisfaction.
Satisfaction. You know, huh? Sorry? It will be less. I'll add something with my realization. And if you read the Lilananda, you will agree with that. Life will be left with only miracles. Life will be only left with miracles. You cannot imagine how the Lord will give you mercy and love. Don't expect anything good in this material world. That becomes a root cause of our suffering. Be busy in serving Krishna. You will not be able to get affected by it. Because you already have a higher cost to live. You already have a higher cost to live. That's what, I felt is the goal of every human being, irrespective of the ashram. Ashram is not the criteria. Our spirit is the criteria. And you see, you must be seeing, the most important thing is, see, our false sweep was the biggest block in this. And it goes by book distribution, going out on Sankirtan. Going out on Sankirtan. I will tell you sometime later Sankirtan story. It's amazing. You see these boys in the signals here and there.
Yes.
Have you seen our challenge traveling Sankirtan party?
Yes.
So in 2014, I saw the whole ISKCON for 12-15 years, and then I said, what to do? What is missing? This, that. Then I took one decision. Let's go back to the ISKCON of 65 to 77. Let's not come out of 77. Let's not come to 78, 79, 80, 2000, 2001. Let's not come. Let's be there only. I told all our boys, just do book distribution and tell people what we are doing and ask them directly help to support us for what we are doing. Nothing else. We went on book distribution and our policy was we will not buy any vegetables or any grains. Our currency will be books. We will sell them and keep the money to buy more books. But grains and vegetables will buy. We will beg. I'll just tell one story. So one of our devotees, we went to market. Said we were 12 devotees. Ambhara Bhakti, it was Gujarat. So we are doing हम लोग कीर्तन संकीर्तन करते करते हम लोग गांव गांव धाम धाम ग्राम ग्राम करते करते द्वारका जा रहे. We were only 15. So I told the shopkeeper, हम 15 यहाँ पर हैं और बाकी 35 पीछे आश्रम में है. 50 लोग के लिए 500 किलो का चावल आपके तरफ से कर दो. अरे महाराज 500 किलो, अच्छा ठीक है 100 कर दो. हाँ महाराज 100 ले लो. बोला उठा बोला गोनी उठाया 100 किलो का राइस, भागे वहां से हम लोग. Then we went to vegetable shop. So we asked भिंडी कितने का? He said some 30-40 rupees. He said we are 15 people now. We need 3 kgs. I said ठीक है. बोला आपके तरफ से कर दो सेवा. He packed everything and gave it. बोला साधु सेवा कर दो आपके तरफ से. बोले महाराज क्या बात कर रहे हो? बोला देखो. Then I preached to देखो ये सब साधु है. आप इतना भाजी रखे हो. इसमें से ये 2.5 किलो का साधु के सेवा में जाएगा. आपके परिवार को आध्यात्मिक लाभ मिलेगा. So he said अभी क्या है? वजन कर लिया. बैग हम लोग के हाथ में है. And we are preaching him. So ठीक है लेके जाओ. Then I took the mic and I asked him, what's your name? He said, I forgot the name. I said, ये व्यक्ति ने साधु सेवा के लिए 2.5 किलो का सब्जी दिया है, बाकी को भी मौका है. And then we had to distribute that sabjis to the hawkers. It's so much sabji here. And when we came back after 4 months to temple, we came with 6 months of grocery in our truck.
Hare Krishna.
Grasta, talking as a grasta. Everyone in his level can depend on Krishna. Krishna will maintain. And in this way only, people all. See, the point is, we don't have to be like them and suffer with them. They are already suffering. We have Krishna consciousness. We have the solution for them. We have to plan things in a way that somehow or other we just create more and more temples, more and more Sankirtan Yatras, and introduce more and more people to Krishna consciousness. That is this mission all about. Srila Prabhupada's preaching was so powerful. He had an answer for every situation. Like, I'll go a little off and just remembered something. Srila Prabhupada was once in Melbourne. And Prabhupada was giving a class. So there was a youth class. So they were disturbing. So the one guy stood up in the class and he said, Swamiji, today I feel I am God. So Srila Prabhupada did not entertain his question and asked other questions. Again, today I feel I am God. After 5 minutes, same. He was a little freak American, Western boy. So Prabhupada said, today I feel like throwing my shoe on your face. And people started laughing. The boy woke up. He never expected, that such an answer will come, and everyone laughed and finished. And when you go out and take risk, you cannot imagine what will happen. I'll tell you one last story. We were actually trying to build the Bhiwandi temple, so we're going under the signals and catching Mercedes, BMWs, Audis, and Innova. No cars below that. Because we wanted to raise money for the temple, we wanted people who have money. So like the strategy, we planned, and we would also catch people in the station and airport. iPhone है तो पकड़ना, छोड़ देना क्योंकि वो अपने को 100-500 रुपए देगा, टाइम जाएगा. So we got one person, and he was very interested. He took the book and he gave his card, and he was living in one of the most elite societies. Like many Bollywood stars live in that, Lokhandwala area. So we got, yaar, iska to ye address hai. And we found out, we went on Google. He was like one of the millionaires in Mumbai. Chalo, program kar sake, we cultivated him, went to his house for a program. So I gave a class, and see, Rich or no rich, our class is like this only. You know? But some more, because when it's not devotee onwards, we tell more stories. Philosophy is the same with the stories. So I told, and then at that time, this Sahara group of companies that owner, no Roy, he was arrested. So apparently he was a very thick friend for this person. I didn't know this. So I told, even if you have so much of success, but you see this, what is his name? Subrat Roy, he's in the jail now. He's his close friend. So after the class, he asked me a very difficult question. He said, Mr. Prabhuji, I understood your class, and I know this Roy is a very devotional man. And he kind of made it a point to make it clear to me that wo bhi devotee hai. Like that. I was like, it was like 10 years ago. I was like, kya bolo bhi, 31, So then he asked me a question, very challenging question, He asked me that, Prabhuji, I also want to become like you. I want to join. But there is one doubt in my mind. In my company, there are 15,000 people working. 15,000 all over the world. So IT company kind of, And each member has 4 to 5 members in his family. So all of their maintenance, their family grocery, everything, I am directly, indirectly responsible to run this company and support all this family. So now you tell me how I can become like you. So I asked, repeat the question before I could think. Repeat the question, So he repeated. By that time, I was also praying to Srila Prabhupada. So then I told him very nicely. Some of them remember that grain, 1 grain you cannot produce in the company. 1 grain. So I told him, I asked him more detail about, this answer just came up. I did not know also what to answer now. So I asked him, so these people who work in your company, what do you think? What is the most important thing for them? Most important thing to sustain, live in the human form. One is oxygen, the Lord is giving free. Second is food and water. And then the lifestyle, the status, the house, that's all secondary. It has no value if these 2 things are not there. Oxygen and grain and water. As I tell me, your company put together, their salaries put together, can produce 1 rice. Our basic need for which we work, does it depend upon all these things? Then I quoted the verse from the Bhagavad Gita, where it rains. I said, so your job, your company, their job has no connection to the food we eat. Because the food only is produced on the earth when it rains. No IT company is injecting the cloud with rain or injecting the earth to produce grain. All of you agree with this?
Yes.
Very simple. So that is what God is giving, and if you know this truth and if you live with this truth, you don't have to give up your company. Be there, give this knowledge to all 15,000 people and their family. So that gave me a lot of my own, because I never dealt with this. Was like my first situation to face a challenge like this.
Amazing answer.
But it came after like asking 2 times the question. But then I was just, this is just one of my realization, and I understood that when you take risk, you will experience the Lord's reciprocation in that. No pain, no gain, no risk, no realization. So please, under the beautiful leadership of Lilananda Prabhu and the very nice guidance of Radhesham Prabhu and so many other leaders, you all should come up. When I say Lilananda Prabhu, automatically 50% goes to Mataji. It is not possible to do all those things. The support of one's wife. It is not extend because many devotees they become father and mother to hundreds of devotees. It's not so easy. You have to take care of devotees. Expect to be taken care like a child, and only who has that heart. It cannot be done superficial. Nobody of you will become a devotee by superficial love of leaders. When you are touched by in your heart, then only, and only one who is touched by acharyas, Srila Prabhupada and seniors can actually give it forward. So it's a very special mercy to have a leader who's always contemplating. And my request to you all should be, we should really plan a model wherein we go back to the mode of 70s. We have to plan, contemplate. Krishna will give intelligence. But we have to go back to a situation where we are only in anxiety to give the holy name to the world. That should be our only anxiety. My sons, I told, after 8, they have to only know that father ये मंदिर बनाया है, devotee बनाया है, book पे जाता है, road पे जाता है, इस सब में से एक option है, कर लो भाई. That's it. Prabhupada said that educate your children in such a way that they become disqualified for material life. Educate your children in such a way that they become disqualified for the material life. That means it's related to the consciousness. It's related to the consciousness. We never know what will happen. I don't know what my sons will do. I'm doing my part. I'm not having that expectation that he'll become a great devotee or he'll become a very successful man. He has come with his karma. He will get that material. Only give him spiritual life. He takes it seriously. And I move ahead. That's it. Everyone has to do that. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much. Any questions? Comments?
शुरू किए थे like आपकी personal stories है.
हाँ तो that then I went started meeting people Sankirtan bus and started asking people मंदिर बना के दो तो आपके पास इतना पैसा बनाओ आप आपके नाम से बना देंगे. I used to tell people उस मंदिर में entrance पे आपका फैमिली का पूरा नाम लिख देंगे और पीढ़ी को इस फायदा मिलेगा उसका आध्यात्मिक लाभ मिलेगा. जो चाहिए whatever used to come into my house to give them Krishna consciousness, I used to keep telling. People in the material world are shameless. Isn't it true? And we also become like this to give Krishna consciousness to the world. I've seen as a book distributor when I used to go, like if you've seen one boy is there, Nityanand Chandra in our videos. People don't take the book, it doesn't make a difference, Hi, take this book, it is very nice, you get the not interested. Hey, 1 minute. You go from here to there, you've seen that video?
I have forwarded you.
He'll go there, hey, 1 minute, come here. You have to get immune to this. We have our nature. It will take 7 seconds to bring up the enthusiasm that I have to still. हमको still बेचना है, फिर जाना है, फिर ठोकर खाना है. It takes like a lifetime sometimes, One explain, I will never go for food. Then I will supply, I'll give water, I'll give this, I'll give that. We don't want our egos to be smashed, And we have to volunteer to get our ego smashed. You have to volunteer. And then you will realize Krishna consciousness, Aichye! Jada sir, काम क्यों नहीं करते तुम लोग कुछ? People tell, we have heard so many things, People have chased us to beat also. But then after doing 2-3 years of this, then that fear goes away that what will happen in this world, Hare Krishna. Any questions and comments? And I wanted to thank Lilananda for short notice. He actually, I told him just yesterday, it was a long pending to come and take all of your association. So I just told him and immediately he welcomed in. I'm so inspired to see all of you. So happy to be with all of you. And thank you very much.
Please pray for ISKCON. That's holy here. Soon.
It's already there. You just move ahead.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. Very nice class, Prabhuji. And very important for us at this point to be, like you said, it's about internal, the spirit, we have to bring it back. I was hearing to Radheshyam Prabhuji today, and he was telling like Krishna and Sudama were holding their hands on one side, on other side they were holding the sticks to bring to Guru Mata. So in the same way, we all should hold our hands to be together on one hand, and on the other hand, we have to serve the mission. So both should happen in parallel. So do you think there is something to balance, or do you think it's all about that missionary spirit? If we work towards it, automatically the balance will come? Or should we think, okay, I have to balance?
See, generally we preachers, we use this word balance and practical only to trap you for 3 years. After that, the ball is not in your court. You are inside the court. Like for example, I'll tell you, you're not this body, you're spirit, soul. You already lived it 3 years. Now I'll tell you, give it up. Move ahead in your life. Can you? The knowledge is going into the heart for this lifetime. And next lifetime, you just start from there. What option you have? Right? What option you have? You have the option, abhi serious bano, ya to baad mein banna padega. Abhi maar khao maayega. Correct or not? Because our philosophy says, where you stop, you will start from there. So check and mate hai bhai. It's a checkmate. Isn't it? It's a checkmate. So you just have to, Prabhupada said, 2 occasions he said. No, one he said, I have one problem. You know what? Prabhupada said, I have one. You will never hear Prabhupada telling he has some problem. Only one occasion, couple of occasions.
I never think small.
I cannot think small.
I cannot think small.
Prabhupada said, I have one problem. I cannot think small. So we should all have that problem because we as followers. But we should not think, we should think big in service of Srila Prabhupada. The only thing which is missing is sincerely contemplating how to achieve something for Srila Prabhupada.
Yeah.
Once that comes, no, and now that Aktapur temple, I hardly come. Once in 2 months, I will come. So I just see the temple, and I'm like, hey, temple hua kaise? This just happened. You just have to think, karo, you just have to go out and tell people. People are already suffering with their money, Baba. You just have to go out and tell people. And most importantly, build a community. That's the first thing. Your strength will come when you have the community. You have the shoulder, when you are felling, before you are felling, already shoulder is there, you're standing already. You have to have that love, that affection, that compassion, on a cultural way. You can have this, you can be elite in the elite society. No, Mataji, I will do. No. But live together, and come spend hours, 5, 10 hours together. Plan life in such a way, living around together. Something has to be worked out. Details I cannot say because I don't know exact situation. Only Lilananda Prabhu can guide that. Hare Krishna. Any other question? I hope I answered the question. Yes.
Prabhuji, thank you for such a beautiful lecture. Prabhuji, all good things said. Just wanted to know one thing, that maybe you are a well-to-do person, but mostly like 99.9% of the people are, think about their old age and things like that. But so faith is there on Krishna, but still we have to be practical. So I also heard that you are been traveling for 8 years now, and I don't know how you are managing, but yes, it's a great thing. So just would you like to share something like how you are managing? Like without Lakshmi, it's very difficult for you. So
I just told how I managed it. I got sabji free. I got grocery free. Temple paid the rent, minimum rent. Yeah, so what happened? One devotee brought a house in Mayapur, 4-bedroom hall kitchen, to shift there. He could not shift. And I happened to go for my children's Gurukul there. So he told me, and there was a flood at that time. So I was on the ground floor for 3 months. I wanted to move up to save my family from the flood Ganga flood. So he told me, Prabhuji, we are not going to come there. We live there. No? So I went there after the flood. After 3 months, I was going down shift where I was rented a house. So I told Prabhuji, all is empty. We are getting back here. Please live in my. I beg you to please live. Last 8 years, I'm living here. No. So now I can only tell that when you think of serving Krishna, Krishna takes care. If you think that Krishna will take care, then I serve. I don't know how the Lord will reciprocate to that. Because Lord is also waiting. Well, He doesn't depend on that. You will serve and then He will, He will maintain you. Then you will see. He's already maintaining you. He's already maintaining. See, I'll tell you one nice experience. Mumbai local train. How many of you travel? Okay. So you feel very pity sometimes in the Mumbai local train that when you see all the slums. Have you seen that? Yeah. Garib log hai, naare, bhare. I also feel that. Then the cable line of television went, and dish came. Now you go in the local train. All the houses are having dish. So we think they are poor, but they have a dish and TV inside. Everyone is maintained. But you see, you will have to, whatever is in your destiny is what you will get, not more than that. You have to develop faith on that. And then whatever you are doing, you do. But with this faith. With this faith. When someone cries in this faith, the Lord makes the arrangement for him to come out of that. Not that, Lord, you make me come out of this and I will give up all these things. Lord will say, I am fine, you also remain fine by it. My another energy will take care of you. And about me, honestly speaking, I only worried about 2-time prasadam and my services. One thing is that ISKCON, you will never be short of prasad. And I was always in anxiety about my services. I was a fanatic. I'm a fanatic. When I was doing youth preaching, when I was renting the base, so I was already thinking like a mad fellow, how will I engage the brahmacharis who will join after 5 years? After 5 years. Today when I look back, I don't know how it was, but my contemplation of my services is the gift from my superiors. Yes. Radheshyam Prabhu, Dinabandhu Prabhu in Vrindavan, Atul Krishna Prabhu in Mayapur, and Bhima Prabhu and Brajari Prabhu. My seniors, I used to observe them very closely. How they speak, how they take decisions, how they act. So that helped me a lot. And if you know Shamru Prabhu in Pune, if some of you know, he used to be my counselor. Yeah. So it's very dear to my heart. He really guided me in these lines. But later on, every temple has a different policy of grasthas, so he took up jobs and other things, I don't know, but he guided me on these lines very beautifully. So basically, you have to think about service to Krishna. And practical, I don't know it works. It's just jargons to live with our shortcoming. Krishna will take care. Krishna is there. Krishna is maintaining us unconditionally already. Isn't it true? Anyone here who feels that if you don't practice Krishna consciousness, Krishna will not maintain you? Even you are not a devotee, Krishna was maintaining you. Isn't it true? These are all mental blocks. You have to apply philosophy there. And most important thing is, nobody has to do anything drastically. Always, every step is taken in the guidance of superiors. Once you experience, then you take risk. So I really, honestly speaking, I did not ever thought after I took up preaching as a Grihastha, there was never looking back on how I will maintain. And that's how I saw Srila Prabhupada, all my seniors, their lives. If you see the life of Jadurani Mataji, Jagatarini Mataji and Gurijan Prabhu. They did not even know each other. They did not know. Gurijan Prabhu was preaching in Hong Kong. He was a brahmachari, finding difficulties. Prabhupada wanted him to continue, told him get married. Jagatarini Mataji was a successful actor in Australia and wanted to go to Hollywood. On the way in transit, she met Prabhupada. And when she met Prabhupada, she gave up the dream of becoming a Hollywood star and become a Sankirtan devotee. Prabhupada saw she's sincere. She said, I have one disciple in Gurijan Naku. Why didn't you go and get married to him and help him in preaching? She went there, knocked the door. Prabhupada sent me, he told me to get married and we came together. These were my ideals. So, and I saw Krishna's reciprocation in my life, like I heard from others. I'll give you one last example. We have 4 sons, all of you know.
Yes.
But we have 3 miscarriages also. So we lost 3 sons, all 3 were sons also. So one of them was born dead in the 8th month, the first one. So that's when I called Shamrupu. Shamrupu, very beautiful, he said, these are the situations we are supposed to live what we practice. That is for the lifetime for me, the way he told me that. Anyways, so then the second pregnancy, my eldest son Krishnadas, by that time I was living with my father and my father already started tightening me up, little bit. So then I thought, Arey, kab nikle abhi? So at that time, I was only barely getting how much I can maintain myself with, So one devotee, when my son was born, one devotee was supposed to support the delivery. He volunteered. Otherwise, I was planning to sell some gold for the marriage. But then he transferred in my account, it didn't reflect. And I had to discharge my son from the hospital. So then I didn't want to take money from my family at that time because I was planning to move out to serve some temple or something. I didn't want to get obliged. So ultimately, because this transfer did not happen, so I volunteered to accept from my brother and I went to the doctor to ask the bill. She was a family doctor. So the previous year, the miscarriage of the child was born dead in her hospital only. So she told that you are a devotee and it was very pain for me that I could not do this child for you last time. This child is from my side. I don't want to charge anything. Please forgive me. So I lost it by that time, but then I saw this. So like this, so many things are there. Not reciprocates. You have to just depend on the Lord. Lord and devotees, in some way or other, they reciprocate. And that's it. You are asking me, so I am giving you what I have only. I'm sorry. That's what I have. Any other questions? We can, it's late. One question is there.
One question. So, as a Grasta and 3 years in Krishna consciousness, right? So, even 16 rounds becomes challenging, and then doing certain other things as well, right? So sometimes I feel that am I missing on certain material things or certain things for my children because I am spending time on the other activities, on Krishna consciousness activities, and sometimes like I don't get up in the morning and then chanting goes on throughout the day, and then you don't spend time with children and so on. So any thoughts on that? Because that's the practical, so to say, issues that I'm facing, and probably many of them also.
See, every individual is in a different situation. Every individual. Since I don't know the details of your personal life, I can only tell a principle suggestion. We have to really contemplate. First of all, after coming into XYZ years of Krishna consciousness, what were we before coming and what are we now? And then we have to introspect. Think, what is better? What is better? Then you have to mold and plan your life around what you feel is better. And it's generally, if one is intelligent, he will always see Krishna consciousness as the way to live in human life, the process to live. So you have to plan your life around how to progress in Krishna consciousness, because if you become a sincere devotee and very sincerely practice, devotees means not very strong, means patient and tolerant. No, not very extraordinary knowing scriptures and sadhana, but sincere sadhana, but patience and tolerance, calm, dhira. He deals with every situation patiently, applying philosophy, applying higher intelligence. That will work, make everyone around you also Krishna conscious. Because it is about consciousness. It's about consciousness. So you have to read about Krishna. You have to, like for example, today morning I was telling this pastime. Like it's very beautiful. You have to know Krishna more. For example, I always say this. Lord Ramchandra was shouting when Sita Mata was kidnapped. Sita, Sita! He was shouting. He was telling. This is my favorite. He was looking at the birds and telling, "Have you seen my Sita?" and fainting. He was telling the trees, "Have you seen my Sita?" and fainting. And by that time, we all know Lord Shiva and Parvati were passing by. So Lord Shiva smiled and took a cut and went away. And Parvati saw, and she said, "Hey, what has happened to your Lord?" Because Lord Shiva chants the name of Lord Rama. So, what has happened to your Lord? So Lord Shiva went ahead. Sita Mata, Parvati Devi went there, and she stood there, and she took a form of Devi Sita and stood in front of Lord Rama to be out of pity on Lord Rama. So Lord Ramchandra was crying. He suddenly saw Parvati and said, "Devi, where is Lord Shiva?" And then from there she went away and ran away from Lord Shiva. And the pastime continues. But the Lord teaches us from this pastime that when we are overly attached to the material world with our family and society, we are have to suffer. We have to be attached to the Supreme Lord. So in this way, there are so many pastimes and leelas of the Lord from which we should hear again and again and take teachings, relish them. Krishna consciousness should not create anxiety in your life. It should only create bliss. You will only create bliss. You have to apply and plan nicely. Plan nicely. If medicine is working, you're supposed to take it. Isn't it true? So the more you sincerely pray, the more you sincerely plan. See, it is a very individual assessment and decision. Nobody can convince you. Nobody can convince you. You're coming 3 years, right? Is anyone pressurizing you, forcing you that you are relishing it? That's why you're coming. And the more you come, the more you will relish. But you have to take up things also. What will help you to relish more, you have to pick up those and plan how to apply. Your family situation based on the children, you have to plan it. And your superiors can help you more in details. Okay?
Prabhuji, I have one question. Like how corporate employees are in anxiety, like every year to earn more salary. Like even devotees are in anxiety, like I want to do 2 rounds, 4 rounds, 16 rounds. This year, this much target of selling books. Next year, this much of target. And I need to do more service and so there are more anxiety, right? Like
this anxiety, I'll tell you a nice story. Srila Prabhupada's life. Can I go on? Please go on. Srila Prabhupada, there was a construction going on of, I think, Vrindavan or Bombay temple. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj was a GBC and construction in charge also. Srila Prabhupada came. I always quote this in the Vyasa Puja. So when he came there, Tamal Krishna Maharaj took an appointment that Srila Prabhupada, I want to meet you, and it's very urgent. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj was like, Prabhupada's the man. If you hear the voice also, the most serious voice and grave voice you can understand is Tamal Krishna Maharaj. Morning walk I hear, no? Tamal Krishna Maharaj speaks means everyone has to keep quiet and they have to hear what Prabhupada and Tamal Krishna Maharaj is speaking. He took an appointment, went to Srila Prabhupada's room, and Prabhupada was chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Srila Prabhupada, I quit. I completely quit. I cannot take this anymore. I'm not able to chant my rounds. I'm always in anxiety. The builders are cheating us. The contractors are cheating us. The laborers are stealing the cement and bricks. And whole day and night, I'm just thinking about this and not even chanting my rounds normally. Srila Prabhupada, I quit. Prabhupada chanting He said, even I quit. Even I quit. And Prabhupada kept chanting. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj was like, kya bol diya hai na? I told my spiritual master. Then after few seconds, like half a minute or something, Srila Prabhupada stopped his japa. I said, our anxiety to serve Krishna will take us back home, back to Godhead. So this anxiety will take us back home, back to Godhead. That anxiety, we don't even know where it will take us. That's a difference. That is a difference. You understand? We don't know. It is said a man who is very attached to his house immediately takes some insect or some species birth in that house first. Grandmother stories, you know. Grandmother stories.
Prabhuji, may I ask?
Please.
This is like first time I am coming to this sort of session, so I may not be aware of what is the general practice.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
So,
what's your name?
I'm Deepak.
Yeah, thank you.
The question is, you said that we have to service Lord Krishna. So, whatever karma we are doing, or whatever way life we are living right now, I'm doing jobs, I'm supporting my family and things like that. So, is it not service to God? Like whatever we do on a daily basis, we are sent, let's say we are living this life because of the God. And it's all happening because of the intent of the God.
Okay, I understood. I'll ask you one simple question. Then I'll elaborate towards your answer. You know the richest family of India currently?
Ambani or Ambani?
Ambani's. Mostly Ambani's goes up and down. Ambani's are consistent. So you know they have, how many children they have? Three. Did they work hard to become what they are, or they were born rich?
They were born rich, the current generation.
They were born rich, right? How? Why not you, me, and this Prabhu? Why they three only? We are working hard to be rich, but they are born rich. But Sitaram, Deepak, and Prabhu, what's your name? Lavish. Why not we three? We desire it. We work more hard than them, but they are born with it. What is the reason?
Past karma.
That is the answer to your question. You do anything, you will only get what is in your karma. That is missing. If you know this, then you continue what you are doing, no problem. Because this is the knowledge of Krishna consciousness. You should have the right knowledge and do your duties. If you don't have the right knowledge, then we are a rat race. All the rats are jumping on a mountain top, and when they reach the top, they still remain a rat, and another rat pushed them down. So that is what a godless civilization brings out. A God-centered civilization, one lives with this knowledge. This is just one part of philosophy what I'm sharing with you. It's a whole oceanic knowledge which is there in the Bhagavad Gita, which Swami Srila Prabhupada in his ISKCON has presented in a way that today's corporate, businessmen, children, everyone can apply according to their situation. And that's what we share and live here. And we really are very happy that you have come here for the first time. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
One question for you. See, there is two persons in a family are not in same level in terms of maybe spiritual, whatever it is. So they are not in the same level. So how do you?
One has to be very on. This is a very important question. This is a very, very important question.
So
yeah, please go
not so not everybody are not fortunate like you. Maybe both of you.
Because you don't know about me. I'm just speaking that much here. You don't know how my seniors Radhesham Prabhu and my Brajari Prabhu have corrected me and got on my case.
I don't know about you. And maybe I did see your struggles. Okay? Struggles. You might have struggled. I'm seeing you.
Struggling.
I'm seeing you.
I am also struggling with you all. We all are struggling, yeah.
So how to so no
So
two
very-
persons are saying no two persons within the
See,
family are
general
how to-
general principle in the Grihastha life is you're talking about husband and wife, right? See,
Because
general,
you spoke about
yeah,
the
general,
community, building the community.
general principle of Grihastha life is the woman's tolerance is the biggest strength of the family to be Krishna conscious. Her anger has to have a higher values of life, and man's attachment to the Guru's mission. These two things hand by hand helps a lot in a harmony and Grihastha life. Second most important thing is sometimes a situation may come up that one of them is more dedicated. The other person should endeavor to progress without being envious or finding fault. The other person should actually look up to his spiritual practice, authority, and grow, appreciating the spouse. That is very important. That's what is all about living together. That you should know on certain areas, my husband or my wife is more sincere than me, and I have to bend here to learn it, get it, gain it, or get the blessings to come out of my shortcoming. This balance is a very big key to create a Vasudeva Kutumba. This is very important. Because ultimately, we should know both of us are living to serve and to preach. And we have to go by the culture. Women have to know, even if they're educated. Like, I'll tell you one story. My wife was giving a video on Bhakti Vikas Maharaj's book on mothers and masters. So she gave an interview and she told that, nowadays, men and boy, they're co-education, and the girl grows up with the boys in the school from the childhood. She plays with the boys, back answers and fights. And then she gets married, man becomes one of those colleagues only whom she studied, back answers and fight. That's one of the biggest problem in the current society. Hearing that, one couple called us on the Facebook and asked so many questions, 2-3 interviews. And they ended up shifting to Mayapur only. They are still living there now. Another was my disciple from Nasik. Charnarendra Prabhu. They're from Nasik. So we told the same thing that, even if the woman is educated, doesn't mean she can back answer the husband. It's very important. And a husband should have the tolerance and patience. See, one of them has to go down and help the other to come up together. You cannot live, you are down, I am great. It doesn't go like this. And now this is on Krishna consciousness. In every situation, this principle has to be applied. That's when your life becomes preaching. People just see you and learn. You don't have to preach them. And that's a responsibility of Grihasthas. To teach us Grihasthas by our example. But our blood, we have to take blood pressure medicines nowadays to control that anger. People are eating blood pressure medicines just because they are fighting with each other and they just cannot take it, and then they can take medicines and get with it. So things are very horrible in the material and it's going to be back to worst. So we have to come out of that false ego, accept that position. Because what happens, what changes a person is when he sees the opposite person unconditionally tolerating and patiently dealing with me. If the other person is a human being with understanding of Krishna consciousness, has to change. You understand my point? So I don't know the details, but this is a principle I can say. It's a principle which we all Grihasthas have to live. That is a real, this is called knowing and understanding Shikshashtaka. Not just reciting before Japan, tan, 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 like a parrot. Like Govind Maharaj tells the story, parrot will say, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And when the cat will catch, it will do. It will not say Hare Krishna. And then when we practice this thing, then pray to, most importantly, we have to pray to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada is very special. Pray to our spiritual master. Pray to Srila Prabhupada, to our acharyas. We pray to Krishna, but you see the effect of praying to Srila Prabhupada and Acharyas. Prabhupada said, when you have any problem, he said to one devotee, Krishna Maharaj, he said, you should go to Krishna Balaram. It was in Vrindavan. You should go there and stand and mention, my dear master, I, so and so, is facing so and so. Sometimes we pray, my Lord. You have to specifically spell the sentence and paragraph of your prayer to the Lord. Prabhupada said. And you do that to Srila Prabhupada and see. Prabhupada said, grandfather is more merciful than the father. You know this? Prabhupada used to tell his disciples, pray to Bhakti Siddhanta. You know who is grandfather here? Yeah. What love you have for your grandchild, The similar love Srila Prabhupada has for us. We should pray. We have to come out of these anxieties. Pastors have to be out of this. We have a great responsibility to change this world. I hope that answers.
Yes. I have one more project. I have one more project. Sometimes it comes up like preaching outside, doing some services outside, not which is more important. They're taking care of the children. I'm talking about myself now because most of them has grown-up children and at least they do their own things at least. So mine is a different. So sometimes it comes into the discussion that do the services at home or whatever the needful at home rather than doing services outside. So which should be given importance? What is the principle? How to deal with
husband and wife should sit together and plan how to achieve both and how to not neglect both. If both are united, sky is the limit. Children will be a part of both then. You understand? What my father did, he was a life member. And he used to every marriage anniversary take us to the Jew temple, use that 3 days free room. And I used to hang around sipping at prasadam. That much. So we should give them a very good experience. I still remember my father he tried a lot. He read one story of Duryodhan. And Bhishma Pitama had told Duryodhan to find out the most intelligent man. And he told Arjuna to find out the most foolish man. Duryodhan went inside, I spent 3 days, I didn't find anyone intelligent except me. And Arjuna said, I don't see anyone foolish, I am the most foolish. He came back and told this to Bhishma. My father read this story because ISKCON devotees were telling you should read together with the family. And so you have to read together for that. See, the habit of reading for children is very important. Huh? Very, very important thing. Reading for them and telling them the stories when they're small. I am seeing that in my family right now. My sons are like, they're finished. Bombay is my office and they're waiting for Vrindavan is my home book to complete that book. They're like, anxiety, what happened in the night, they want to read Ramayana, 4 books. No,
Vrindavan is my office. Bombay is my office. Ayendra Prabhu book. And one tail book, like
Panchatantra story. They will come and tell, put it in front of us. The biggest treasure of children is parents telling them stories in the childhood. Biggest treasure. Our Vedic culture was this. Grandmother used to put their children to sleep by telling stories. So when you plan nicely, children will become a part of both house duties also and services outside also. It is just extending ourselves beyond our false ego, beyond our conditionings, beyond our attachments. And Srila Prabhupada and our Acharyas will help us, even if it's difficult, they will help. What is impossible for Srila Prabhupada and Krishna? Anything is impossible for them? No. We have to desire and pray, that's it. And take association of superiors, take guidance. It has to be practical. Both have to. You have to live a life based on philosophical conclusion. मैं नहीं करूंगा, मैं नहीं करूंगी, नहीं चल. शास्त्र बोलता है क्या वो बोलो. Speak from the scriptures. Conclude based on the philosophical conclusion from the Shastras. Live from the lives of Acharyas. take decisions in your situation based on the conclusions and teachings from the life of acharyas. If that is not there, then we are just trying to take out our frustration of the whole week in 1 hour once in a week. That will not. Non-devotees, but ignorance is better than suffering knowingly so badly. I'm joking this, but it's very difficult, bro. It's more. We have a greater mission. We have to come out of this. Nobody can teach. No society, no job, no success, no bank balance, no investments, no school, no engineering, no children passing, no buying new house, jewelry, or our shares went up, mutual funds money came more. Nothing can help in these things. Nothing. Are you engineer?
Yes. I'm not a basically engineer, but doing as an engineer, software engineer.
This material pleasure, they are very temporary. For example, if you passed in 10th, you were so happy, right? Can you be happy as much you were then today for that? I passed in 10th, Can you do that? You cannot. There's no pleasure in this material world. It's temporary. To accept this truth and live by it. This one. Can I take?
We have a lot of time. I'm worried about your health.
No, I'm
fine. A lot has been discussed about children, and but the children will be, the parents will be more anxious when the children go into their teenagers. So the anxiety is whether they will continue in Krishna consciousness or not, irrespective of whether the atmosphere that you have given them.
See, our anxiety we should never doubt Krishna consciousness. There only the battle is defeated. We should always be confident, I will give the best of Krishna consciousness. The best experience I will give to my children by my example, by taking them for yatras and association and prasadam. We will not fight like cats and dogs in the house in front of them. And we will live such a life, such a blissful life. You note my words. Children will not have any other options to be a devotee or go and get hit by the material nature and again consider my parents were better, I will follow that path. Today or tomorrow, they will have to become devotees. That is the faith we should have in this process. They have taken prasadam, they have eaten prasadam. How they will be happy in the material world? Tell me, how? How it is possible? Suppose from the childhood my children have eaten food without onion garlic, only prasadam. Do you think when he's 20 he will go out and eat meat comfortably or eat food without onion garlic comfortably? Is it possible? Now we are devotees 5 years. We don't eat onion garlic. Can we go out and we eat onion garlic food comfortably? Is it possible? Why? The process of Krishna consciousness is like this, Baba. It is like this. And we have to have faith on this. Why we should worry they will not become? We should worry we will give them the best, they will become today or tomorrow. Maybe I will not see it, but they will. That should be our faith. That's what I understand from Srila Prabhupada's books. I'm sorry I'm really emotional about it. This is my personal emotions comes out sometimes, but that's how it is. I hope that answers your question. Sorry, I've been over.
Prabhuji, how to come out of the comfort zone? Many a times laziness or something of that drags us. So how to come out of that comfort zone and get that escape velocity? What you are trying to have that spirit and
Search some property here, give a token and raise funds. You want to know how? I told you how we went to temple we were. We didn't have, the guy said that to sit on the auction you need 22 lakhs. I said no, we will pay everything together. Allow us to sit in the auction. It's an amazing. You just see this world is Krishna's. We have to bring it to Krishna. That's it. No? Just go on. Anxiety will come when you do this. It will come. Something like that you have to do. All of you collectively or individually. You have to
push yourself.
Go beyond your comfort boundaries. Then you see. See, I'm telling because this is what worked for me. And I saw Prabhupada's Leela Amrit is full of this. Prabhupada Leela Amrit is something not happened in Satyuga and you read and kitna acha tha na bolo. It says, Baba, 20, 40 years old. World has not changed. We can all do that what they did. Only we need the spirit and faith.
Prabhuji, my friend had one question.
Okay, so being the first time member over here, so I have like many name questions. One more is, so what is your objective? What is the purpose?
Of what?
Like
My class? This lecture?
particular session, as well as like what are you expecting in return from like people sitting over here?
The people in the material world are suffering. And we have understood the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. We should live a life with such conviction. See, when you go to the corporate world, also some guy who's so organized becomes a mentor for us, Everyone has some boss who has touched us. Isn't it true? But that is something which is based on karma. Because even if he has touched you, if you have something in your karma, you will get it. He may touch you, 1,000 people may touch you. It will not happen. Nothing will happen in your life. You're supposed to suffer, then you'll suffer. The point is this, that if you have the knowledge of Krishna consciousness, for example, Prabhupada gives an example. If you find a poor beggar boy who has lost his mother and father and is begging food on the street, but then you see him and you realize that I saw the photo of this boy in the newspaper. He belongs to so and so rich gentleman. So you have two options. Because he's begging, give him some money and move out. Or catch him and tell him, Arey Baba, come, this is your father, I will take you. Your address is this, you lost your address. Come, I'll take you. What is better for the child?
Attaching to the child. Second option.
Taking him to the father. So people in this material world are suffering, losing their real relationship with God. And our goal is that now that we have got it, we want to share that. Because sharing helps us to follow and spreads also. That is our goal. To give Krishna consciousness to everyone. And the simple process is I'll give you also today. Simply chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. If you do this, you will also become like us. Only chanting this. Thank you, Deepak. No? Thank you, Deepak. Good questions. Okay.
My friend asked me a question.
Yeah.
I could not able to answer it. Actually, why he asked me is like I passed a statement. Like I always used to discuss some spiritually about the things. But why these people are aiming materialistically? Why you people are thinking always innovation? So he asked me a question. So think about like if you are in Stone Age, people are not like inventing wheel or else fire something like that. Okay, we are still in the Stone Age only. So people are thought about innovation, and that's why we are like comfort zone, or we are living here like this. So I don't have answer like what.
No, we are not against all this thing. We are only telling you to chant Hare Krishna. That should be the answer to such people. We are not against all these things. When he chants Hare Krishna, we'll go against it. Wait for the right time. We should wait for the right time. Why we should give him everything. Prabhupada many times awake the ignorance of the question of the ignorant questioner rather than answering his question. We should then, like for example, one person, I went to one businessman, my father's friend. So he told me that, अरे मैं सुना कि तुम लोग का ISKCON का पैसा पूरा विदेश जाता है.
Yes, this has come very from outside.
I told him with the same seriousness. अरे आपको मालूम है जब मैं ISKCON ज्वाइन किया ना सबसे पहले जाके उनका अकाउंट्स देखा, बैलेंस शीट देखा और मैंने तो किधर भी देखा नहीं पैसा बाहर जा रहा है. उसके बाद मैंने ज्वाइन किया. ऐसे लोग ऑनलाइन बोलते हैं आप मुझे एक डॉक्यूमेंट बता दो जो ये प्रूफ करता है. इनफैक्ट कुछ लोग बोलते हैं ISKCON का पैसा बाहर जाता है, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं बाहर से पैसा आता है. तो वो लोग को पहले आपस में डिसाइड करने दो आता है कि जाता है. So I learned a lot from Prabhupada's conversations and his books to answer. So we have to really read Prabhupada's books very nicely. You will play actually. You'll enjoy it. Read Prabhupada's books, huh?
Diaries.
Diary, Science of Self-Realization, Life Comes from Life, Missing Link, Second Chance, Perfect Question, Perfect Answer. You should read these books, and I had them. Everything is there. Okay.
Jai Prabhupada. I thought I'll just get up and say 3 Haribols to Prabhuji, but I would like to say a few things. Prabhu, is that okay? And just, you lit the fire and now it's burning. So. No. I just wanted to. In summary, I'd like to say something that 3 weeks ago, in an unplanned way, we all witnessed, most of us witnessed, the last leg of devotion, how to leave the body. We didn't plan it. It happened, we were there. It was a life-transforming experience for many of us. The last leg of devotion, how to leave the body, we saw in front of us. And today I felt, in an unplanned way, Krishna has sent Prabhuji to tell how to live a life in Krishna consciousness.
Whatever I told, I am myself endeavoring and struggling. I'm just repeating. I begin the lecture with that. Just what is that? Hear, simply hear and repeat.
I mean, Prabhuji, I'm not really trying to flatter you, but
No.
You have flattered all of us. By actually sharing your personal life, and I'm very grateful that you've shared that, because Bhagavatam is not a book that finishes at 12th canto. Bhagavatam continues in every devotee's life. When he's sincerely practicing, the incidents that happen in his life, they're continuing Bhagavatam. You have to just listen. These days, I'm reading Lilananda with my children, Prabhuji, every night. Every night I sit with them. Now, last 7 days I did not get exams. So we are stuck at a chapter, but you won't believe that the kind of experience that we are having while we are reading Lilananda, we are learning life, I'm learning at least. What does it mean to have money? Now these days when I want to go and, I was very thirsty the other day, and I went to a supermarket. I wanted to take something cold to drink. We don't drink cold drinks, but I thought I'll pick up something cold. Then I thought, at one point Prabhupada did not have even little money to buy clothes for himself. And he was saving money by skipping breakfast. And now I am here, I have Phone Pay, Google Pay, whatever pay, and I'm not thinking twice to spend that money because I think the money belongs to me. And what can money do to us? And you really have to meet and see devotees in life who have gone through the struggles and who are showing us that life is more blissful and happy when you actually depend on Krishna. Today's my takeaway and really something that hit my heart was Prabhuji when he said, when you have Krishna in your life, you'll see miracles. And in my little journey, Prabhu, I'm not that fortunate as you. Your connection with Krishna is so strong. But in my little journey in my life, I've seen miracles. Right? And I'm telling you, that cannot be explained or told to anyone. I mean, so many classes happened, I did not tell some things. But today, Prabhuji ignited the fire, so I thought I'll share a couple of them. If you please permit, Prabhu,
Yeah, I'm already seeing one miracle.
When we came back from US, I didn't plan financially well. I don't know who gave me a CA certificate or MBA. I don't know why. I didn't plan my finances well. I came back because actually I was in anxiety that my parents were being bombarded by my relatives. They came to KC, they did not have association. They went to temple, they were not feeling comfortable. They were always on the verge of leaving Krishna consciousness. I said, you know what, this is the most important thing for me. I'll come back. Anyway, I never wanted to stay there. I came, and one good thing that situation that I was in, I can share this. I had 15 lakhs in my bank account. 15 lakhs. That's all I had. 15 lakh. And that was my final settlement of previous company. That's all it was. That was not like I saved and I had that. When I was coming to India, I put 15 lakhs, so that was there in the bank. But one good thing that I had is I had zero loan. जो है वो खाना है, जो नहीं है वो नहीं लाना है. बस there is no need of any, no loan, zero loan. That was my situation. And then my father was like, you know, though he was convinced in KC, but he always to challenge me on this aspect, that you should also plan your life, you should also do this, you should also do that. I did not want to go and ask him money. वो पता नहीं अंदर से गुरूर है कुछ भी है. I did not want to ask him money.
Self-respect.
Yeah, I didn't ask him money. So when I came back, I had 15,000 and I put it in a fixed deposit. In those days, I'm talking about 2013, I was getting around 14,000 interest. She remembers that, 14,000 interest. And there was some arrangement through which I was getting another some money from my father. Then we decided to stay together, because one of the reasons I came back is to stay together, give them association. So as long as we are staying together, some things were taken care of, right? We rented the house they used to live. So I'm sharing few details, please be tolerant with me. I never shared this in public, but anyway, it's nice. So we went on like that. And at one point, due to some circumstances, my parents had to leave. It's not easy to stay together. The challenges, relative challenges. Some people went and told my parents, you know, you should stay independently. Why are you staying with your son? This, that, whatever, good or bad, they left. And my mother also has some health problems, so left the other part of it. Now I'm back to square with 14,000 a month, and I've led a good life. I'm telling you. I mean, like in US, I was in a very senior position in a company. Everything was there. Like it's like a visiting card after retirement. Doesn't make any meaning in it, you know, whatever you have in it. So whatever. Then I also left my job. That was something I don't know why I did. Later on, astrologer told तेरा 7:30 चालू हो गया था इसलिए तू छोड़ दिया. So anyway, so I left and I was in total anxiety. Then I said, okay, I'm going to preach now. This is my time to preach. Let me see whatever happens. जो होगा देखा जाएगा. I don't know where that conviction came from, because I met some devotees in US, some proper Shauri Prabhu, you know, Shamala Mataji and Shauri Prabhu in Mayapur.
Wife is Indian, no? Shauri Prabhu.
Yeah, Shauri
He's
Prabhu.
the one who went to Japan and to change the passport and change the name.
I heard a story. Shauri Prabhu came and
Shauri
stayed.
Prabhu was the one who told this story that we changed our passport again, went back. We were ready to do anything for Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. I mean, he came and stayed in our house for like 4 days in US. He didn't tell what he was doing. Then after 4th day, I asked him, Prabhuji, you want to share, you know, you're here. He said, okay. He actually told, don't disturb me for 4 days. So he came and stayed in our house, not telling what he's doing. He used to go at 6 o'clock in the morning, come at 9 o'clock in the night. किसी को नहीं बोला क्या चल रहा है. And I also told, it's a proper disciple. I have to be like, no, Prabhu. On the day, next day morning, he's going to leave. So he came a little early that day. And I asked him, Prabhu, what do you do? He said, I work 3 weekends in a year, and that's all I do. And remaining year, I lead a life. I said, how is that possible? So he used to sell caps, baseball caps. So he had his car filled with baseball caps, which I never checked. Parking mein tha. So every morning, my wife used to make chapatis. You know, he told specifically, I want the chapati not totally made. It should be 70% made. And mikta 30, remaining 30, I'll make in my place. So he had a small stove. He had chapatis. And he was taking sabzi. He would go, and standing there is not easy. Huh? Selling baseball caps is not easy. So he told me the whole calculation. He used to order wholesale from China, get it for like $1 each, and sell it for $60 each. Right? Just by putting some. One thing about smartness. They're not even educated. Huh? I mean, they left their education. When they saw Prabhupada, I'm done. I think 17 years he came to KC. Something like that. Extreme end. And he told, Prabhu, in these 3 weekends, Saturday, Sunday, like that, 3 weekends, 3 baseball games I go. And in each baseball game, I make around $10,000 to $12,000. Right? By selling those many number of caps. And very hard work. Not easy. It's not like you stand there and people will come. You have to talk like them. You have to go till there, find the right spot. He used to sleep snoring when he used to come back home. I never understood why. Very tired. The person is completely tired throughout the day. He used to come and sleep. So I've seen him, and then he told, I make 36,000 around, $30,000. And 6 months I'm in Mayapur, 6 months I'm in
And his
US.
son,
And his son is in Gurukul.
Was in the Gurukul.
Yeah. And his wife is Shamala Mataji, wonderful lady.
She's in India.
And he invited me to his house. First of all, this was bewildering. I said, my God, ऐसे भी लोग रहते हैं क्या? You know, went to his house. He lives in Prabhupada Desh. It's a place in North Carolina. All proper disciples, they stay in different hills. The whole area is owned by devotees. There is Sita Road, Rama Road in America. So I went to their house. I was surprised to hear he built his own house. I mean, we bought this house. He didn't build this house. He built his own house. He learned how to do carpentry. He put wires and he connected cables and he put switches and and that is not as ordinary house. There is a basement, there is a normal floor, and there is garden. And he has a huge garden there. And I was surprised to see kaise hota hai. I understood that the self-confidence in a person is actually the real education.
Yes.
That's all you need. Like the kind of spirit that he carries, and is fearless. He is fearless. Kuch bhi ho jaye economy ko. I know what to do. Right? And now he is going and raising funds for Mayapur temple or traveling around the world. And by the way, no, this is one side of it. He never told me what he does with his money. He told, this is how I earn, and I send some to Gurukul, and we buy flight tickets, we go stay there, and we come back, and okay. Then we moved from South Carolina to Denver. So Denver temple I used to go every week, Sunday feast, we used to preach, and they used to go. And every Sunday, there the temple president, wonderful devotee, Tusta Krishna Prabhu, he's another extreme. I'll tell you story some other time. Okay? His father invented chips. You can imagine what kind of patent person he is. And he left his father and said, I don't want your money. He's a Japanese, married a Mexican, and is a transcendental devotee. Extreme. I mean, you can't believe what kind of people you meet in ISKCON. So every Sunday feast, the announcement happens. So this Sunday feast is sponsored by Prabhuji, Shauri Prabhu. I used to think maybe there is a Shauri Prabhu in the temple. But I didn't know who is the congregation. Maybe there is Shauri Prabhu. Then I went and asked, Prabhu, every week you are telling Shauri Prabhu, where is he? I don't see him. No, he lives in North Carolina. For whole year, all Sunday feast is already sponsored. I mean, yes, somebody is selling baseball caps, means he's not even attached to the $36,000. He's not even attached to that. He's earning, he's spending, he's completely a missionary person. I mean, it seems.
The only expensive thing which we offer is flight tickets to.
Yeah, he said the only costliest thing you buy is my flight ticket to go to Mayapur to see my son. I stay 6 months there and 6 months here. And Mataji is an amazing Bhakti Shastri teacher.
Yeah.
I heard all these things. I saw these people. Then I understood, my God, and it happens. And it really happens. I didn't want to Mahajanasu Gata Sapana. I don't want to imitate them. But I didn't dare to follow the footsteps. But Krishna put me in the situation, Prabhu, that I don't know what happened. I'm only having this much. And then I started preaching. I already paid my children's school fees in Prerna. Prerna school. It is around, it was like 1.5 lakh or something per child. So whatever I had, I already paid. Next year fees is coming. I only have 14,000 a month, right? And a little bit more money to pay my rent. We shifted to a very small house. Remember those satsangs, which was half the house size, and we had 80 people inside too. I don't know. Now we are finding it difficult to think where to make them sit. That's why often say when I look at this, how many people can sit here? 500 at least. That used to happen those days. So I was preaching, and first I thought I'm going to start my own business. I'm not going to preach. We took a decision that we will not preach. Probably. We used to preach in US. Then my son's school teacher came to my wife, and she said, "My son, it seems, told that my father teaches Bhagavad Gita. For some reason, he told." And the teacher wanted to learn Bhagavad Gita. And she came and told my wife when she went to pick up my son, your husband teaches Bhagavad Gita, can I also learn? She came and told me, I said, no preaching. मेरे को अभी settle होने का है. पैसा नहीं है. So we have to do something. I have to start a business. Or I did not want to go to IT back. I had enough. So then I told no. Then again she came and told me. She asked me again today also. Now this is extreme end. ISKCON devotee struggles to get a person to preach. And here one person is standing outside the door saying, we want to come. Right? And then I went to pick up my son. That day she met me. And she said, Prabhu, not Prabhuji. Sir, you said you'll preach Bhagavad Gita. Maybe you are thinking because I'm the only one. I also told my principal They are the owners of the school. I also told another 2 teachers, 4 teachers will come. Can you start a class? I said, "Didi, bahut ho gaya." Amazing. To start now. Then Krishna is giving an indication to kar preaching. I mean, you have to read the signals, you know. I was like, "ठीक है, करते हैं." Then I asked them, which day is okay for you? So the principal, they are the owners of that school, Waldorf School, multi-billion school, you can say. She told me that, can we come on Thursday? Is Thursday work for you? I'm free all the 7 days. You come, I'll preach. No problem. You come, I'll preach. So they came. The first satsang started with 4 teachers and 1 principal in Gachibowli. That's how it started. And in that satsang, Shigopal Prabhu was there. He was there, and Pawan Prabhu, you were there, right? Yeah, these are the 2 devotees who came.
Which year was it?
Huh? 2015, probably. 2015. And that's how it started. And after 5 classes, now I'm sharing this. I never did it in public. After 5 classes in Krishna consciousness, the principal's husband is a retired major, very well off and very khatanak person. He called me to the school. And he asked me, "What do you do?" I said, "I'm not doing anything." How do you run your house?" He said, "I'm figuring it out. I'm going to start some business. I'll figure out some training business. You know, that Purnam which never became Purnam. I named the business as Purnam. Purni nahi hua. Anyway, so he called me to the office. He said, "You come." I said, "Maybe he wants to talk something." You know, the major. He called me and my wife. Both of them we called to the school. We went there, and then he called his wife. She is the principal also, owners also. I was wondering, क्या होने वाला है? मतलब warning देने वाले हो या बंद करने वाले हो क्या है? And both of them told, we took a decision. I didn't ask for it. We took a decision. We don't know how we can repay for what you are doing to us. For whatever knowledge you are giving to us, we don't know how to repay. The least we can do is both your son's education will be free in our school till that time they finish. Prabhu, miracles happen. I was stopping my tears that time. I was like, "Krishna, you were there. कैसे हो सकता है? I'm talking about a package to earn 1.5 lakhs, 1.5 lakh plus 1.5 lakh, 2 lakhs. Both my sons are in 3rd and 4th grade. Into 7, 21 lakhs. She just put it on the table saying, "No fees. Forget about increase in fees. Why should I worry about increase in fees? Then the fees itself is not there." And that's to international school, right? Anyway, later on, Maya plays a little here and there. They struggled, they left, and after some time, she only told me that when I was in, I think when they were in 8th grade, she told, "It's difficult for me to support you because I'm supporting many others." I understood some things happened. I said, "No problem, Mati. I'm very grateful. Whatever you've done till now, very grateful. Krishna is there." So many such incidents happened. I can't share some things also. But the time when I was totally depending on Krishna is the time when I finished entire reading of Bhagavatam cover to cover. Because I was sitting at home. I said, "I'm going to finish this thing." Went through the most difficult times, but those are the most cherished times in our life. I can't exchange that. Even if I go back 10 years, I'm going to do the same things again because I want that life back again.
That is why I always think whenever I see you are a president candidate, no? I always tell you, you are not meant for this.
Me and my elder son, we traveled in bus because I didn't have money at one point. I'm just sharing some things, you know, because I didn't have money to take him to Koti to buy medicines. I told him, I'll show you how to go in a bus. Bus ride I taught him how to jump and climb a bus. We had fun. Fun. Yeah, my elder son. Running bus. Running bus. But that made me do that, right? We went through, we used to come, we used to go until a time came when my father said, "Okay, you fix the properties, little, whatever that we had." Not that we had much. My father was a junior assistant clerk, his first job. A clerk itself is low, then junior and assistant of that. And neither I am an intelligent fellow. I don't want to ask Prabhuji how much percentage you got in 10th. I got 47. You got something better than that.
Let me not tell you how I got what I got.
So there's nothing to proud to share about our material thing. But Prabhuji, the miracles that happen when we depend on Krishna. As Prabhuji was saying, I was remembering those days, and I cherish those days even till now. When I have to spend money, I think 100 times. I have to do it, and then only I do it. Sometimes I also go and spend for my children. Sometimes, I go a little more. Check, ठीक है, आज खर्चा करते हैं. But deep inside, I remember who gave this money to me. It is given by Prabhupada. And every little penny I'm accountable. I don't want to spend for anything other than, there has to be a link to Krishna consciousness. Otherwise, there's no point. And now I'm doing Go Seva. We have a trust and all that, but you don't know how the trust is running. Trustees are sitting here, 5 of you, but I keep seeing, sometimes, I'll tell you one miracle that just happened. You can add, was it? Grass got over. Dry grass got over. Prabhu, until now I never went and asked I need money for Goseva. Till now, Krishna has maintained that. Praveen Prabhu's childhood friend, out of the blues, he calls me and says, Prabhu, 12 trucks grass ka kitna hota hai? 12 trucks grass ka kitna hota hai? Why are you asking? No, I have decided to give 12 trucks grass to the cows. Now you will not believe this. I can't explain. वो जब होता है ना, moment में जब होता है ना वो, I get goosebumps. मतलब ये क्या हो रहा है? Right? He paid directly to the farmer. 12 trucks of grass came. Now you see that VSK, all the dry grass. Chaganti Prabhu, Rajesh Chaganti, amazing person. And these people don't show up. Like when the need comes, Krishna sends them. I don't know from where they come.
This is what life is.
समझ में नहीं आता है कहाँ से आते हैं लोग. Once Yamuna Mataji, she shared, Prabhupada disciple, that they were not able to pay rent. Now this is really, you had to have faith to believe this. They did not have money to pay rent. And Prabhupada was preaching in that avenue temple, and they told Prabhu that Shamsundar Prabhu and all of them went on the road and dollars were flying and coming. Now, कितना लोग believe करेगा बोलो मेरे? Now tell me how many of you believe this? बहुत हो गया ना? ये बहुत हो गया. प्रभु जी बहुत हो गया, बैठ जाओ. है कि नहीं? They told dollars, $100 bills were flying. Who threw it? From where it came, they don't know. They were literally falling on the floor. They picked up that $100, $100. They paid rent for 6 months. Now, I'm telling you, these are Prabhupada disciples. The more recently we saw Trivikram Maharaj, right?
Yes.
The way he came to our congregation for some time.
And he came to the
बाप रे, मतलब ये लोग सामान्य लोग नहीं है लोग.
They are early days.
Those, the missionary spirit. Now I'll come back to 2022 now, 2023. I was sharing that with Prabhuji, and from my heart I'm telling you. When I came back from US, we were trained missionarily, Prabhuji. Some training in US is very good. That missionary spirit घुसा देते हैं मतलब आ जाता है अंदर. So Yugal Kishore Prabhu and the brahmachari is there under whom I was. Yeah, I was here.
Vrindavan, he built the Denver temple, new temple, no?
Yeah, Detroit temple. Yeah.
Detroit temple.
So he's my Siksha Guru and
Yeah.
fired up devotees. With nothing, they went to everything, right? 500 families he has cultivated so far. 500 families, selfless brahmachari, right? And being brahmachari in US is not easy, huh? Don't even try, think. So when I came here, I'm not commenting on any temple or anybody. I was not seeing that spirit. मेरे को बहुत लग रहा था अंदर से वो नहीं है, कहीं पे भी नहीं है. People are chanting, going, coming, darshan, आरती, मंगल आरती, ये वो that. But the passion to do something for Prabhupada, what they put into me, and I was thrown here, I was not finding anywhere. Then I happened to see Narahari Prabhu, one other devotee who stays. I saw a little bit in him. I said, ये बंदा कुछ करने वाला है यहाँ पे. Right? He's struggling his own way in the villages. Then one of my favorite speakers is Radhesham Prabhu. For some reason, till the time I was in US. First time I went and met Radhesham Prabhu, I was trying to introduce myself. He said, okay, Prabhu, bye. Give any time, because he is such a person that if he sees that you're working for Prabhupada, he will give his time. If he sees that you are just time passing around saying a Dandot Pranam, he will not give his time. I understood him. So then we started preaching here. Then that school thing that started and went on, and Radhesham Prabhu came. And we did our first Bhagavatam distribution. Yes. I still remember 11 Bhagavatam sets. First time. And I didn't know that Prabhuji comes for such thing. I had contact with Radha Pramod Prabhu. Radha Pramod Prabhu told Radhesham Prabhu, he signs, let him come. I said, Radhesham Prabhu is coming. He came and he signed 11 Bhagavatam sets. And on the way, I had to drop him. And Prabhuji was asking, what did you tell them and sell? I want to understand. What did you tell them and sell 11 sets? No, I didn't tell anything. I'm preaching, so new people are coming. So they took Bhagavatam sets. Okay, nice. Keep going. Like that it would. Then the preaching continued. We had our own struggles. New people coming and going, And Satya Prabhu was there. Prabhuji introduced so many people through him. Subara Prabhu came, through whom Subara Prabhu, Praveen Prabhu came. And where is Mahesh Prabhu? Mahesh Prabhu, our youth leader. Mahesh Prabhu is there. I mean, amazing. One by one, Arvind Prabhu. Every one couple started coming, Prabhu. One after the 2019 batch, we had so many who came, right? We all were struggling to do that batch. We had like 120 people coming and hearing the session. I was sitting there. I never heard 120
Which year, 2000?
2019. 2018, we did in the world of school. School people gave their hall. Karo yahan pe session. So we did one full batch there. But people are always, IT people, the problem is they don't stay at one place. You preach, then they go. Then you don't know where they go. Anyway, so I don't want to get into that stories. Now we are what we are. I'm so happy, Prabhu, that, almost 14 of them, 2 of them missing right now, are going and giving classes in colleges.
Fantastic.
Almost 14 of them here. I'm so grateful. And by far, I can tell you they're millions of times more committed and sincere than what me and my wife are. And Krishna is sending the right people. Miracles. I would say this is a miracle. Subara Prabhu here, he went and he distributed like 2,000-3,000 Bhagavad Gitas in Orissa tribals. This year, right? And last year when Radhesham Prabhu said 365 Bhagavatam sets, मेरा tension absorb चालू हो गया. किधर से आया 365 Bhagavatam set? But I don't know how much. 309. 309. Yeah, 30 something like that. We finished this year. And next year target is 500. I don't know where it will go. Where it will start also I don't know. Right? But Prabhu,
Miracle.
No, Satya Prabhu is always like this fellow starts putting numbers. There is Satya Prabhu behind you. Lift your hand. He was my boss 3 times so far. 3 times in real life, he was my boss. Still my boss. So, yeah, so things happen, things went up and down, but missionary spirit, that's where I got diverted. For the first time in Gachibowli circle in 2021, I saw one devotee holding 5 books, 5 big books, right? And holding one umbrella, was raining cats and dogs, and the devotee goes and with this hand, he's knocking the door and he's saying, Bhagavad Gita chahiye kya? I had tears in my eyes. Prabhupada is back. Prabhupada is back to Hyderabad. And Prabhu, the spirit you have put into Attapur temple is unbelievable. And it's Prabhuji's spirit that is going there.
No sense.
No, I'm so happy. I'm telling everybody I'm meeting. And Prabhu, let me also tell you. In Gachibowli area, if you stop some people and ask, where is ISKCON? You'd be surprised they'll tell Attapur. Yes, a lot of people talk about Attapur. People don't know there is Abbot's temple. People don't know there is a Secunderabad temple. People know there is Attapur temple. And that is only because of that spirit which they are doing it.
Now people should know there's a temple in Gachibowli.
Temple will come, Prabhu.
My agenda to come here.
Yeah. No, under your guidance, definitely it will come. And I went for Attapur temple, Bhumi Puja. And I'll be very open to tell you this. When I looked at that plot, I was like, ye kya le liya? Kidhar le liya? Inside the colony, not even a straight road to go. Ye plot mein kya aega iske andar? It was like 500 square yards. Or 450? I don't know.
5, 10 or 12
something like that. It was not a big plot. And then you need to have some area around it. And isme kya banayenge? I thought like that. I mean, that's my foolish mind, right? And recently I went to the temple along with Mahesh Prabhu. Prabhu, that temple can accommodate 5,000 people. I'm telling you. If you really want to fit in. I mean, it has everything. I have not seen so many things in big temples. There is a Govindas, there is a upper storage area, there is a big hall. In that hall, there is sky view of the deities. Everything, unbelievable. There is guest rooms, there is office rooms. And the most important, the brahmacharis are totally charged up. Every single person is like, Prabhu, acha, I'll go now. I have to go. There is already something for me for today. I was amazed. And that is the spirit. If we can get that spirit from Attapur here.
Already there.
No, I'm really Prabhuji. That spirit, if it comes here, sky is the limit. And why do we calculate who is going to give land? All land belongs to Krishna.
That's the principle.
Aayega. Zarur aayega. Let us be sincere and let us keep preaching and creating more and more devotees. And who knows which devotee will come and just Krishna will send and everything will happen. Everything will happen, Prabhu. I want to say that few devotees like Mahesh Prabhu there, he is preaching in 2 big communities, Prabhuji. Very, very austere struggle he goes through. Going and introducing new people and opulent communities. He is preaching in 2 communities. Subara Prabhu here is preaching in Mayom Avatar and here in this community in Telugu sessions he takes. Today morning he took a class, now he is here. Here, right here he was sitting and giving class today morning. And the host, where is the host? Raja Ramesh Prabhu and Tulasi Mataji there. They are the hosts here. Prabhu, they used to live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Very humble, simple couple. They felt we can't host satsangs because satsang is crossed 100 now. They bought this house for satsang. Really. They sold their flat and they bought this house. I don't know their financial situation, but it was not easy because the rates have gone 3 times of when we purchased. So they literally bought this house and they showed me, Prabhu, this hall is good, na? And this whole place was a decorated wall, Prabhuji, actually. It was a completely different thing. They said, we want an altar here. I said, why do you want to destroy that? I want an altar here. They completely remodeled that. They spent like a lot of money. Because I said, people are going to come here for preaching. Satsang, I want the highest standard. I want an altar perfect. And they are hosting Satsang. Subara Prabhu is coming. And we need your blessings for, where is Arvind Prabhu? Arvind Prabhu and he has office call. Yeah, there is Arvind. Thoda bahar na. Is Arvind Prabhu. Prabhu is an amazing devotee. He is heading Hyundai's creative technology division for entire India. Not a small person. Right? And his brother got, what is it? He is a Navy. Nausena medal. He heads which ship, Prabhuji? His brother heads Vikramaditya ship.
Oh, boy.
And he got that award. Such kind of he is starting new batch from February 5th in Mayom Avatar. Please bless him. In English. And his brother-in-law, his sister's husband, Dasraj Prabhu, he is HR manager in a big IT company. Don't know the name of the company, I forgot. Virtusa, very big company, heads HR. He is preaching for the last, I think, 6 months now. 6 months more in a big gated community in Madinaguda. And so many people are coming. He held Janmashtami. And last year we did Rath Yatra, Prabhu. 2,500 people came for his Rath Yatra.
This is like a forest fire.
Huh?
This is like a forest fire spreading from you and
really, like wonderful people, Prabhu. Like Raghunandan Prabhu. Prabhuji is a disciple of Sankarshan Maharaj. And Prabhuji came and joined us. And he has a big desire that he wants to preach in enclave. What is it? Gautami enclave in Kondapur. It's a huge community. And he wants to start preaching. And he already started online classes. So let's wish him all the best, Prabhu. Please bless him so that he goes forward. And Praveen Prabhu and his good wife, Praveen Prabhu and his good wife. Big positions, big everything, but their heart is bigger than everything. So they're moving to My Home Ankura, which is like a billionaire community. It's a very, very stinklish community, and they're going there, and they're told their house will be a temple of the whole community. So they already are. So our entire youth preaching is managed by Prabhuji. He manages entire youth preaching of all. He arranges who has to go to which college. He's a coordinator, like that. Managers, everybody. I'm I'm out of excitement. I'm not able to see some, but Shri Gopal Prabhu there, wonderful devotee. He manages their entire satsang funds. He's our finance manager, Agarwal. We chose Agarwal ji there. Yeah, and there are so many other devotees. They're wonderful. Everybody, Lovesh Prabhu, he's preaching in Shamshabad now, and we are doing a Rath Yatra this year in his community.
Wow.
Already we have. Prabhuji, this year we are doing 9 Rath Yatras. So we'll invite you for one. We had one Rath.
Why only one? But
we had one Rath. Now
why only one? Any reason?
Huh?
Why only one Rath Yatra?
No, all Rath Yatra. Yeah, I mean, in this community, Prabhu, that you're seeing right now, this Maya Avatar, 3,000 flats. And it doesn't matter, each flat costs 3 crores. That is the standard of this community. And when we do Rath Yatra, Prabhu, 2,000 people come and they dance and go along the entire 10 blocks. 2,000 people. And Prashadam is like wiped off, like nothing, morsel is left. We had to recook for devotees who were on the Rath. Right? And the temple here is Bhuvarva Swami temple. After this program, you can go and see in the balcony. There's a big temple inside the community, built by Rameshwar Rao. He's a disciple of Chinnajir Swami. And when we needed an approval to do program here, Chinnajir Swami approved it. You do the Bhagavad Gita program. So we have his blessings also. We are collaborating, and this year 160 Sri Vaishnava temples we have donated Srimad Bhagavatam.
Yes, I came.
Yes, and
that
we did a program
yes,
here, and
I saw the photo and videos.
Yeah, so many people. In last year we did 100. So I think close to 350 temples we have covered so far, 300 to 350 temples. But they are accepting. They have faith that one day they'll start reading, and every town and village Bhagavatam will be read. It will happen.
It's about
and
multi-put.
we are going to continue this. Radhesham Prabhu blessed it.
Yes.
Said you have people who can give, people who can take, will take.
Yes.
Let the Bhagavatams go. So we are doing that. I'm sharing all this because you're coming for the first time, even though
I'm so happy.
and you're here. You're a small group, but
why don't you sit here?
Raju Prabhu there, he goes for Sankirtan. No, Prabhuji, I'm good. Prabhuji, please, I can't share that.
I want.
Please.
No, please.
No, I'm good. Prabhuji.
I want you to go on. That's all.
No. Raju Prabhu here, he's a wonderful devotee. He goes around, does Sankirtan with his children and wife. He goes and gives Bhagavad Gitas everywhere all around. Book distribution. In the Alkapuri township area, you can see the township from here. That side he lives. Ek se badke ek hai Prabhuji. Really, Prasad Prabhu, where is our firebrand? He is not there here today.
So
Right?
you should just plan a temple. Everyone will be becoming a community there.
Yes.
Already we are there, but then people who are connected will all come. Just
Yes.
see which bungalow 5-10 crore rupees. Punjabi crore jo bhi hai.
Yes.
Just plan it.
We are
correctly.
praying. We are intensely working for it, Prabhuji.
Just find a bungalow which is there ready-made.
Yeah, we are going to start a center. You all approved. Actually, when I wrote a mail, and please I'll share this, Prabhuji. I wrote a mail to all the 4 HMC members. Before my red receipt came, Prabhuji approved, saying extension center approved. Prabhuji is the one who blessed us first. And then Radhesham Prabhu, and then one, they all 4 of them approved. Even Vardakeshwar Prabhu is so much, like he wants it to happen every time he comes here. I think Vardakeshwar Prabhu is the one who came most number of times here. Yeah, and Radhesham Prabhu also, of course. I'll end with one last thing, We talk about Krishna taking care of us. Krishna taking care of us. We're talking, I've given some examples on a financial front. Now I'll give an example that will shake the ground. Recently happened, some of you know. We're all worried about our children, whether they'll become Krishna conscious. No, because we are living in opulent communities. Their habits can change, peer influence can be there. I wrote one mail to Radhesham Prabhu that we have 15 boys here, 15 boys, including my own son. He's younger son, and the elder one is Parth. So, said between 13 and above, we have 15 boys. Prabhu, we are serving Prabhupada. I just want you to take care of my children. Kuch karo. Because my association is not good enough. Our satsang is not good enough. They need a separate gang. It has to be a separate gang. They have to have their own activities. Radhesham Prabhu replied back saying, I, Radhesham Prabhu, will spend 2 hours in person every month on a Wednesday with all the boys. And I know that he doesn't have time. And he already blocked his calendar for 3 months and he sent a saying, I have blocked it. And then he's assigning another brahmachari every Wednesday evening from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock for all the boys. Girls will talk about, I know there are girls' parents also, but this is exclusive boys program because now they're in the teens. So one brahmachari, very well qualified, is being assigned. 3 Wednesdays that brahmachari will take care. 1 Wednesday, Radhesham Prabhu himself is going to spend 2 hours with our boys. Now you tell me, hai na Krishna? Aur kya chahiye? Right? Materially, he is taking care. Spiritually, he is taking care. Our children is taking care. Our family is taken care. अभी अपने को काम करने का प्रभुपाद के लिए. Whatever we have, let us go ahead and do it. It will require extraordinary endeavor to get a temple here. But extraordinary endeavors will make us put in anxiety, like Prabhuji said, that anxiety will take us back home, back to Godhead. वही करने वाला है. Let us do that. Let us do that without any. I mean, I am convinced.
So after hearing all this, I think no big deal. Just find a place.
नहीं होगा Prabhuji, बिल्कुल है. And हम continue करेंगे struggle. We are already working with 2 disputed lands here. We are going through some issues. There is Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. You know him, I think. Yeah, he is also in touch with me. He's taking me to those temple presidents and trying to make, see, there is enough land here, but it's very expensive, but things will happen. I have a feeling that will fall into place. Yeah, Prabhu, that what you're seeing right now is core congregation. Actually, almost 20 of them are missing today. Core is 80-90. Extended, you can touch 200 because everybody is preaching, no? So they have their own, etc., etc. So somehow, I feel that the day we get land, we'll at least have 500 people in a good position to start the temple and take it forward. Yeah, so we are doing our part. Now we need your blessings. None of us have experience of temple banane ka. Now some concluding words from you and blessings, and we'll wrap up for today.
I just wanted to say that temple. See the land. I don't know. I have any idea about the land situations in this site.
It is very expensive.
It is very expensive. So the lands are already into the eyes of real estate. Yes. But there would be some places where there are row houses and bungalows. In such a location, we should target with that. Because land you go, because the real estate temples have no value for the materialist today. If there is a commercial value to the land. Hindus are the worst actually. I'll tell you, Attapur land, the adjacent land, the person negotiated was with us for 2.7 crores. And then after 3 months, he understood we need it. He's a Hindu. He increased it 3.10. 3 months. This is the situation with the Hindus. Education, spiritual education. So eyes will be too much on the land. I don't know, miracle happens, fine. But this kind of thing, just search a bungalow.
Yeah.
Search a bungalow, ready-made, under goes a temple chalo.
We are planning that. Subarop is working on rental agreement.
Or a floor on a commercial area where you have all the freedom to make it into temple, something like that. I don't know. It appears to be more practical than taking, because land in this kind of place, so much of legal permissions and what we call parameters of the government, how to build, 5 feet living, this, that, it's like a different ball game altogether to deal with even after getting the land. The land will be there for 3 years after buying it. It is so much of demanding like that. It's something like.
We'll start with the center that we already agreed. We can maintain a center, bro. With that thing, we can maintain
Rent
a center.
bungalow.
Yeah.
1 lakh rent. Finish.
And we'll run it. That's the plan. That is the plan to go forward. First, we have to put a board. ISKCON Gachibowli, usko approval. We need your help to get that approval, Prabhuji.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Once we get that, we'll immediately. Right now, one devotee is giving us his flat, apartment.
In a building?
Yeah, he has a building here, and just apart for the sake of registration, we are getting there. We'll start small program there, but then we are going to take a big
bungalow. Rent this.
Yeah, we'll rent this one. Yeah.
See, we can talk about this.
We'll talk about
I'll tell you. Because I have good experience with all this. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything.
Yeah.
You can save 13 years.
Definitely, Prabhuji.
Because I did 13 years mistakes and then I understood what to do.
Save 13 years, Baba. So let's thank.
See, one temple took 9 years. The second temple took 8 months.
Yes, Prabhuji. Experience is everything. So let us now, actually Prabhuji's health is not good. He told me he'll come in the morning time for some. Then I requested, can you come in the evening so he can meet at least our core group. So Prabhuji has come here. He has spent so much time. Such an auspicious day. We had Kadamba Kannan Maharaj right there on the screen. He gave initiation. How many of you know that he's in his last stages of life? Yeah, you would be. Yeah, we last time we went to Vrindavan. I went and met Maharaj just for a few minutes, take his blessings. I don't know whether I'll see him again. So even in that stage, did you see the consciousness which he was giving initiation? You can't compare it. It's unparalleled. So he can leave his body anytime. Maybe that's the reason he did it online now.
We should be greedy about that consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, how can anybody be in that consciousness? And recently we saw even Barsana Mataji leaving right in front of our eyes. Unbelievable
Miracle.
Consciousness. So all this is happening, and Prabhuji is here. Such a great day.
Done. The temple is done. It just has to manifest.
With your guidance, Prabhuji, really.
I am there to share everything, but it's done.
Yeah.
With this, it's done.
So Prabhuji and Mataji have come here. I'm very grateful, Prabhu. In spite of your health, you came. You did not make us feel that you have any health problem. But I'm sure devotees are always like that. They extend until they continue to extend. I don't see. So let us thank heartfelt, because this experience that Prabhuji shared instills a confidence as we as Grahasthas not to depend on anybody else but Krishna. And miracles work. We see a miracle right here. And little miracles I shared in my life. But these big miracles Prabhuji has shown himself by leading a life completely keeping faith. Right? This nobody can give you this kind of realizations. And Grahastha, we have to hear from Grahastha only. The same lecture a brahmachari would have given, you would like, okay, you can say that. But Grahastha saying it, how many of us have maximum 3 children? Hath Yeah, he has 3 children. 1 daughter and 2 twins, right? Yeah. Who has 4 children here? Anybody has 4 children? Nobody would dare to. Prabhuji.
You're supposed to have 7.
Exactly. Prabhuji almost, he shared a very personal detail there, but 4 children, fearless, and is going on and opening temples. He's opening temples for Prabhupada, like he's opening, that's हम लोग release agreement sign करते हैं, we are selling Bhagavatam, he is selling temple.
This happens, this is nothing, it's just go out, it happens.
Amazing. So he's come here, he shared his experience, his life, and we are very grateful that you've shared that, Prabhu. Just not philosophy, you shared your life. And
Our master is the same, Radhesham.
That is so grateful. And Mataji, you did not speak a word, but every time Prabhuji was saying something, I was looking at you just to see and how much supportive you both are, and making this happen. I'm sure there are challenges. There are always, in our house also, not also, I don't want to, me and my wife, we have our own, Haribol, sab chalte rehta hai. But we are continuing like this. And with so many wonderful families, we are very happy. Prabhu, we are one family right now here. Really. We know each other. We have our ups and downs. We have each of them helps each other. When I was struggling financially, my previous boss gave me a job again without any qualification. Tu aa ja yahan pe. Aur kya chahiye, Prabhu?
You didn't meet me. I would have given you president job.
I mean, really, everything is happening. Everybody is helping each other. इससे बड़ा क्या family क्या हो सकता है? And we are doing so many programs and so many festivals. So many deities are coming. I think, as Prabhuji said, now we need a deity that we want to take shelter. So the deity is going to manifest, and we hope that sooner or later it will happen. And we need your blessings, both your blessings and Mataji and Prabhuji. So let us thank them with 3 loud enthusiastic Haribols. And yes, you stole my heart, Prabhuji. I was just going to say that.
If you can come, but at least once a quarter is a request.
Yes.
Definitely, I'll try. Definitely, I'll try my best to make it.
You'll keep pushing us for the temple.
No, it is I will come to inspire myself.
Whoever wants Prabhuji to come again and again every quarter, loudest Haribol. Hare Krishna. So one nourishing Arti Prabhuji, and please bless us with Lord nourishing there. No, please. We always sing.
Sing, Prabhuji, please. I want to hear it. Please.
Hare-
Can you please sit?
No, Prabhuji. No, I'm good. Really.
No, Prabhuji, please sit.
Hare Prabhuji.
Please.
I'm good like this, please. No, Prabhuji, please.
Please. Come.
No, Prabhuji, no, please. No, this is not Prabhuji, please.
Temple will happen. Come.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Hiranyakashi Purvakshah Shilatankanakalaye Ito Narsimho Parato Narsimho Yato Yami Tato Narsimho Baher Narsimho Hridaye Narsimho Narsimhamahim Sharanam Prapade Tavakar Kamala Bhare Nakam Adbhuta Shingam Dalita Hiranya Kashipu Tanu Branga Keshavadeta Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Avakara Kamala Vare Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranya Kashipu Tanu Branga Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Narasimhadev 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 Jaya Narasimhadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jai Jai Gurudev Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Bhakta Vignanashana नरसिंहदेव भगवान की, भक्त शिरोमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की, श्रील प्रभुपाद की।
जय ओम विश्वपाद परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टवत अष्टतत्वदर्शी श्रेणी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद जी महाराज की जय। विश्वपाद परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टवत अष्टतत्वदर्शी भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की, नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की, हंस कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपिका राधा कुंड श्याम कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की, वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की, मायापुर नवदीप धाम की, शेषत्व जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, गंगा मैया यमुना मैया की, श्रीमद् भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की, श्री प्रभुपाद ट्रांसलेटेड बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, कलियुग पावन श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन यज्ञ की। All glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled, all glories to assembled, all glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga, all glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Shri Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Small announcement, as you all know, for next week, His Holiness Harivilas Maharaj from ISKCON Seattle is coming here for 3 days. So Prabhuji comes and stays in Praveen Prabhu's house. He is very dear to him. So,
Bhagavatam class Hyderabad.
yes, we should plan. I wanted to ask if we can arrange.
Haridas Prabhu is one of my heroes.
Hare Krishna. So maybe we can plan Attapur and Abbots. We can ask. So he's going to stay for 3 days. So please block your Monday and Tuesday. So Harivilas Maharaj will be here for 3 days.
Which date is this?
6th, 6th and 7th February.
Amazing leader. I mean, last time he came and yes.
What classes?
Hare Krishna. So and we have Nityanand Trayadashi also coming very soon. We will send you the details. So please make yourself. It's on a weekday. And unfortunately, most of big festivals are coming on weekdays, but we'll still try to make the time and we'll celebrate them. Hare Krishna. Please accept Prashadam. Thank you very much. And let's all congratulate once again Raghunandan 2.0, because there is already one Raghunandan 2. so Raghunandan, Raghunandan Prabhu and Srimati Subhadra Mataji with 3 loud and enthusiastic Haribol. Prabhuji, almost by approval of all HTMC members, almost 38 members in this group are waiting for initiations. So whenever it happens and when the mercy will come, I'm wondering that if 2 members' name has changed and we are struggling to remember, the day 38 members, how long will be confusing, calling each other's names. But let's take blessings and prayers from Prabhuji that they all will get mercy of Prabhupada. Oh yeah. I did write a mail. I did send a message. I hope you have brought your dakshina. So please extend it to they accept. They do bhiksha here after the initiation. So let's go ahead and give, and it will be used for Kadamba Kannan Maharaj any project or wherever it goes. Hare Krishna. Dandot Pranam. Hare Krishna.
महाप्रसादे गोविंदे नाम ब्राह्मणे वैष्णवे स्वल्पा पुण्यावतं राजन् विश्वासाने जायते शरीरे विद्याजा जाडेन्द्रियाता है का तार मते जीवाती लोभो मनुष्य दुर्मति ताके जीता कठिन संसारे कृष्णा बड़ा दयामय करी बारे जीवा जाए स्वाप्रसादन अति लोभाए सही अनामृत पाओ श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गुण गाओ में दाको चैतन्य निताय जय निमाय जय निताय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्ण कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे श्री श्री राधा वल्लभ महाप्रसाद की जय, शील प्रभुपाद की जय.
I want some space. I want some space for Prashadam, please.
ఆఫ్ చేయాలా?